Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. How's everybody doing this afternoon? Did a pop up real quick because last night's live stream, I did not talk about cargo van. I didn't talk about cargo van, and I saw that when I was coming off. I think person or two in the chat, and then I got some DMs like, "Man, I'm cargo van. You put cargo van in the thumbnail and you didn't even talk about cargo vans." And I'm like, damn, I didn't talk about cargo vans, even though I did touch on Black Friday, Cyber Monday, which is catered to cargo vans, but I didn't really expound on cargo vans. I think the stream last night was, I think it was industry based. You could kind of incorporate, if you're running a cargo van business, you could kind of, that information was pertaining to you as well. I think it was pertaining to industry at a whole. But I said, all right, man. I'll do a pop up cargo van. I'll take box truck questions too, but I'll cater it to cargo van people. And I like to do my pop ups sporadically. I don't like to do them prime time when people would normally expect me to come on, because I don't want to get bombarded. So that's why you'll catch me really, really late at night. I might do a pop up or in the middle of the afternoon, because I'm not expecting a bunch of people, because I don't want to get bombarded. I try not to be on here for 3, 4, 5 hours, but sometimes it happens that way. But I want to kind of get in and out, so kind of make up for the people who felt slighted last night. So if you got questions, go ahead and ask them. If not, don't. I'll sit on here for a little minute, and if not, I will just end the live. But I'm pretty much here to answer questions. All right. So while people are getting their questions in, while people are coming in, I saw an article that popped up this morning, and I was reading it, and they're pretty much calling it. They're calling it. See, I don't see this whole doom and gloom stuff that people are starting to put on people, because before the media freight waves was, people were saying they were doom and gloom. Somebody told me and Kurt 2 weeks ago that all of the information that we've been talking about is doom and gloom. And listen, the industry is the industry. What's going on is what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Forecasting is forecasting. Like, reality is reality, and hope is hope. All right. So you have to take reality and know how to maneuver and pivot and take advantage of certain situations. A person, that's smart can take advantage of a bad situation that may be bad to the masses. You dig what I'm saying? So you have to be able to know how to maneuver and in any situation. So should I show it? Man? I don't want to, let's just do it. Let's just look at it real quick before I start taking the questions. If you got questions, drop them in the chat, and then I'll scroll back up to the top. So basically, I'm just doing this just for not for what word do I want to use? What's a cool word? I want to look at this article just to, for clarity. Because I made a forecast 2-3 months ago, and I think we're here now. You're gonna have pushback. Some people are gonna say one thing, but reality is reality, man. Reality is reality. We're in peak season. Thanksgiving is 2 days away, or we're in the holiday season, I should say. Thanksgiving is 2 days away. They're calling it, as far as the cargo. They're saying no, it's nothing. Actually, it's down from last year. All right. The numbers are the numbers. The numbers are the numbers, and they are speculating it could last another year. I know I talked about that. Not doom and gloom. This is not doom and gloom. This is just forecasting. This is just forecasting. All right. It's reality. All right. It is reality. And the reason why you have to feed people reality instead of hope is because you have a lot of lost souls out here. I really want to show you some of the DMs I get. I had a guy DM me today. He said, man, look, came across your channel. He said, I've hit up a bunch of other box truck content creators and no one responds to me. He said, I'm saving up money to try to get in the box truck business. Can you please respond to me? I need your help. I said, all right, what's up? You know what I'm saying? He just happened to catch me while I was responding. Normally he would be in a waiting list, but I just responded. He responded. He said, man, I found a company that's willing to do my DOT and my MC for $4,000. Man, you know, I don't want to put Buddy on Front Street. Is it a way I could screenshot this? Hold on, let me see if I can screenshot it so y'all don't think I'm capping. So y'all don't think I'm capping out here in these streets. Let's see if I can screenshot it. This is some of the stuff that comes across by DM, man, and it's crazy. Listen to me. $4,000. Somebody's going to charge this kid $4,000 to set up his MC and his DOT. Hold on. You think I'm bullshitting, don't you? Let me screenshot this shit. I'm going to block his name out. Y'all think I'll be capping. Hold on. Where's Buddy at? Is it a way I could block him out? All right, let's do this. You know, I'll just screenshot. I know how to block him out. Shift Command 4. Let's do this. Let's screenshot that. Then let's open this up. Let's slide it over here. Then let's share our screen now. Share screen. All right, so boom. Hey, big bro, I've messaged dudes in trucking. Hey, big bro, I've messaged dudes in the trucking game countless times and never got any response. I got my LLC and EIN. I'm just saving up for the DOTMC. I'm trying to learn more. I saw you got a course. I just want to know if it's really going to put me in the game. I'm trying to change my life, man. I left the streets alone for a minute, and I've been working for other people doing this trucking, but getting information is like pulling teeth. So he's referring to my $24 course on how to start a box truck business. It's very affordable. I don't charge people an arm and a leg. $24, right? So I said, hello, how much money do you have to get in the business, get the business up and going? The reason why I asked him that is because he said he's trying to change his life. He said, I swear, where is it at? Something that triggered me to ask him that countless times. I got an LLC. I'm just trying to save up. He said, I'm trying to save up. So that kind of triggered me. If you're trying to save up, I know how much money it costs to get into this space right now. So I'm like, man, how much money you got? Because this might be one of the DMs. I just need to just go ahead and get this out the way and end it quick, so I don't have to be wasting my time. He don't have to be wasting his time, right? Boom. So he said, I found a company that does the DOT and MC together for $4,000. So I'm trying to get that. I only got half of it. See, y'all be thinking this should be capped, but I'm going to start showing y'all some of the stuff that comes across my desk. And I'm going to show you how people are getting taken advantage of out here. $4,000 for a DOT that's free and an MC that costs $300. Shall we continue? You see what I responded? Why would you pay $4,000 for that? Now, I know when I messaged him back that he doesn't know any better. But the reason why I structured it that way is to get him to thinking, because he's thinking like, why would he ask me, why would I pay that much for that? So clearly he's going to go do his research instead of me telling him that don't cost that much. I'm structuring in a way that's asking him, why would you pay that much? So he can think, why is he asking me, why would I? Hold on, let me go see something. Let me go do the work. So I have to hold him accountable as well. But this shows you that there's people out here really getting over on people. $4,000. No, it doesn't include insurance. It says it right here. I found a company that does the DOT and MC together for $4,000. It's cut and dry. It's cut and dry. It's cut and dry. So shout out to Dizzy GMC for that super chat. Let me pull it up. Shout out to you. Appreciate that. So yeah, 4,000. Shout out to Dizzy DMC again. Don't come in the game unless you hold on. Let me see. Where is it? Don't come in the game unless you have great personal credit or great business credit. Appreciate those super chats. So getting back to what I was talking about here. This is why I hit people with reality, whether they like it or not. Because it's like good versus evil out here in these streets. It's like good versus evil. You know what I'm saying? Because if I'm doing the work, right? Boom, and I'm bringing shit to the forefront like this. Hold on, let's see here. Let me see here for the people that came in. If I'm doing the work and I'm bringing shit to the forefront for shit like this, right? Boom. Right? With people out here getting duped to pay $4,000 just for someone to set up their DOT and MC, I can't be out here spreading hope, right? Because, you know, you got people ripping people off for something that's free and $300. Well, technically, they could do themselves. So I'm going to continue to bring reality so that people can have the real perspective of what the industry is. All right. So right now they're calling it. They said, oh, it's a wrap. It is what it is. The numbers are the numbers. I don't give a damn what nobody say. You see what I'm saying? The numbers are the numbers. It is what it is. Peak season underperforms. What we've seen in September and coming into October, I would call it modest increase in the daily activity month over month, but nothing to the extent of what we would see in a historical pre-COVID peak cycle where you anticipate to see 30% plus increases. Remember what I always compare? I always measure pre-pandemic, right? You have to measure pre-pandemic because pandemic was not normal. 30% increases, all right? All right, and you're talking about 30% increases pre-pandemic without an overabundance of pandemic capacity, where, I mean, you have an influx and infusion of people coming into the space because it was promoted for them to do so from influencers, and also because there was an increase of volume, so we needed more capacity to meet the demand. Once the volume and the demand diminished, that capacity still lingers on. All right, so you don't have a 30% increase. Increases in volume during this year's mini peak season were mostly allocated to the ocean shipping, as shippers sought to take advantage of historically low container rates, according to logistics experts. Goes back to what I talked about earlier. You got retailers that were ordering throughout the year because they're doing satellite fulfillment at the store. I think the concept of single peak may be irrelevant. Rather, we will see multiple peaks throughout the year as you look at the rise of prime days, fast fashion, and continued developments in the e-commerce market. Many retailers are forecasting total merchandise will be flat this holiday season, but that revenues will be higher because of inflation and higher mix of luxury goods sold, added Scott Sorodin, the head of DHL. All right, so if you guys remember last year, for the people who weren't in the space last year, volume was down last year, but retailers saw higher numbers. Why did retailers see higher numbers? They sold less because people bought less, but they made more money because they were selling items at a higher ticket price than normal because of inflation. So for the people in the back that don't understand, they're selling less. People are buying less, but because of inflation, things are more. So they're making more money because they're charging way more than what they would normally charge. So even though they're selling less, they're still making more money. The retailer is still winning. The retailer is winning. The retailer really is not tripping. It's costing them more, right? Because they're paying higher labor wages and things of that nature, but their shipping costs are lower. So, I don't, I mean, we're here, I mean, they're calling it. So if you don't take what I say, then go for these people that it is what it is. Hold on, where's the numbers compared to LY? Hold on. 1 second here. 1 second. All right, for the full year today, volumes are down right here. All right, for the full year to date, volumes are down 8.5% versus 2022. So volume is down 8.5% from last year and are 2% to 5% lower than January through October of 2019. So, and that's the year prior to the pandemic. Lackluster manufacturing reflects the widespread softening of global goods trade and lackluster transport demand, with the Purchasing Managers Index for new export orders still in contraction territory across major economies. And many retailers in earnings reports stated that spending on discretionary goods is slowing, with more household dollars being spent on essentials. So, all right, that's that. All right, so let's talk about Q&A. Cargo van, box trucks, preferably cargo van, is safer on the sidewalk. Is AIT Worldwide a good company to work with? Never worked with AIT Worldwide directly. I know that they acquired Select Express a couple years ago. I've worked with Select Express in the past, but not with AIT Worldwide. What I can tell you about AIT Worldwide, they're a huge global company. So working for them, you're going to fall under that huge global corporate structure. Even as an independent contractor, what I know from just being in the business over a decade, when I would deal with 3PL companies that were larger corporate global companies like XPO versus dealing with smaller, you can't even say smaller, like Dynamics, Urban Express. They're smaller than a large global company, but they're big national companies. So when you're dealing with a large global company versus a national private company, okay, so publicly traded versus private company, the publicly traded company like XPO and AIT, that corporate structure, their room for negotiation as an independent contractor is almost null and void. It's like non-existent. When I fell under the arm of XPO back in the day, due to them acquiring Urban Express, when we were running for Urban Express, after they got acquainted with the contract, I got that call that I had to go to Bolingbrook to have a meeting with XPO because they didn't want to pay me a guarantee. They wanted to pay us $33 a stop, and I wasn't going for $33 a stop. And no matter how much I screamed and kicked, what I'm saying, they weren't having it. They just didn't care. Why? Because we're XPO. Shit, we got our own trucks. We gonna get it done regardless. So either you with it or you not. Like, we not the private Urban Express. We not Dynamics. We not Select Express. We not none of these privatized companies that you used to dealing with. Oh, and on top of that, we need you to add a $3 million umbrella on top of that $1 million that you already got. So we're gonna pay you less, and you need to add more insurance. You need to add a $3 million umbrella on top of the $1 million that you got. So it's safe to say that when that meeting didn't go well for me, and I had a decision to make, and ultimately I ended up walking away from a contract that pretty much made my final mile company. You know what I'm saying? That IKEA and that IKEA, right? That pretty much took that company from, because that was the first contract I had when I started Final Mile. I took that company from nothing to outer space, you know, and that opened my eyes and opened the door for other opportunities. And I had to walk away from it because of that corporate publicly traded structure. Just was no room for negotiation. $33 a stop, take it or leave it. So AIT Worldwide is similar to XPO. It's a huge global company. So without working for them, I would expect, you know, that they would operate the same way. Those companies, they just really don't budge. So, man, if I didn't watch your videos, invest coaching sessions, and ask questions, I would have shut my business down a long time ago. The long game is where it's at. Appreciate you. Shout out to Charles, man. Thanks for that. Thanks for that super chat, man. Appreciate those kind words. So yeah, I think give them a try. If you're going with Select Express, I don't know what they're paying. Select Express already paid kibbles and bits when they were private, so I can only imagine what those accounts pay under a larger corporate structure that's publicly traded. Any other questions? Anybody got questions? Now is the time. Questions and answers, pop-up Q&A, cargo van questions. Let me know. Holler at your boy. Holler at your boy. Let me know. Questions. Let me see. Where does it say? You said he getting robbed by a lot. Down 4 bands. I ain't know how to do it and searched it on YouTube. I think the issue is that a lot of people, especially the younger generation, and I'm being honest, I'm not trying to beat up on the younger generation. I think the younger generation just, they don't take the time to do the research. I think it's instilled in their head they have to pay for everything. They rather just pay. I don't know if they rather pay or they think that's the only way, but you'd be surprised. But I'm going to start showcasing some of the stuff that comes across my DMs and my emails so that y'all don't think I just be out here making this stuff up, man. Straight up. I don't want y'all to think that some of these stories that I be telling you, you be like, man, Mark, you made that up. Ain't nobody shit, man. Some of the stuff that I come across is crazy. I drive a cargo van. My MC is a little over 90 days. What should I do? Start winning bids on Selected. Sign on to many brokers as I can. Can I bid low or broker I'm not signed up with? If you're running under Selectors, you probably want to talk to Axel. Axel is going to be pessimistic. He's going to tell you now is not the time to start a cargo van business. Don't do it. Blah, 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 blah. I've never ran a cargo van OTR. I can tell you about local stuff. And in actuality, if I was getting a cargo van, based on what I see out in the market, just from looking at the boards and looking at cargo van content creators, and even with Axel, I think Axel is a seasoned, older veteran in that space, and he's complaining. All right, he's telling people not to get in. So with that, if I were entering into the space with a cargo van, for one, I know what the capacity is with a cargo van running OTR, and the way they run expedited with a cargo van, to me, that ain't. To me, that ain't. I think there's other ways to make easier money with your cargo van than driving cross country nonstop for 80 cents a mile or whatever Ax will be talking about. I think there's plenty of local opportunities that you can make great money with your cargo van, especially in the times that we're living in. One thing that was on the up and up about the article that I showed that wasn't doom and gloom, somewhere in this article, I don't remember where I read it at, it did talk about e-commerce, and it talked about how strong the demand as far as on a local level is with e-commerce. And I always talk about satellite fulfillment. I always talk about gig opportunities, gig apps. I always talk about local delivery with your cargo van. There's plenty of opportunity, especially if you live in a market where you have high density, a larger market where a lot of essentials need to be picked up and delivered. The article also touched on essentials. See, so outside of the fact that the article to most would be deemed doom and gloom because it's pretty much saying, yo, ain't no peak season, there's still a silver lining in this article that people have to pull out. E-commerce is still booming and it's going to increase on a local level. Essentials are moving. It says people aren't making frivolous purchases, but essentials are moving. So if you got a cargo van and you're in a great market, focus on what's in front of you. Focus on what is doing good. If you have the equipment, a person in a 26-foot box truck can't focus on small parcel essential based pickups and deliveries, but a cargo van can. So if I were coming into the space, me personally, you got to do your own research. I'm not trying to go over the road with 2 or 3 pallets. You got one content creator just blew his engine out. He got a GoFundMe up right now for $15,000 for his Sprinter. His car, he blew the engine out, running cross country, back and forth. His engine just went out. He got a GoFundMe up right now for 15. One of the larger expedited, one of the guys that Axel hates. Here go Axel here. So, me personally, cargo van, I'm local. I'm gonna go do my dedicated run in the morning. I'm gonna make my little $300 something there, and then mid-afternoon to the evening, I'm on the apps. It's Black Friday week, man. I'm on Spark. I'm on Roadie. I'm on GoShare. There's gonna be plenty of opportunity. I'm focusing on all big TVs, 86-inch, 85-inch, 75-inch, 70, 65. I'm getting all the stuff that the guy in the Prius, the guy in the Honda Sonata, the guy in the Hyundai Kia Sonata. Did I say Hyundai Sonata? Who makes the Sonata? Is that Hyundai or is that Kia? Whatever. The Hyundai Elantra, the Prius, the Malibu. These guys that run these gig apps on a day-to-day basis that are doing essentials, they don't have the equipment for this week when the number one ticket item is going to be the 85, 86-inch TV. I got a cargo van. How many 85 say, okay, we got 8 stops and we don't have to turn 2 of them, 3 of them away because these guys keep pulling up in these cars and they can't fit them. We had a guy pull up in a Tahoe, it wouldn't fit. Well, it would fit if they take it out the box. Well, you know what? We can't deliver an 86-inch brand new TV to a customer out of the box. So, man, can you take these 8 orders? Yeah, it's paying $40 a stop. Farthest went out was about 15 miles. So, yeah, I would definitely get in. I would just focus more on local. Essentials are moving. Essentials are moving. Take advantage of what's moving. You have the equipment. Take advantage of what's moving. In the semi-gang, company driver trying to get into owner, with getting your coaching work in that lane, would you recommend any channel? So I've never done semi. I know about it because my best friend is a trucker, and I mean, it's a lot of the stuff that I talk about. I wouldn't coach you, and the reason why I wouldn't coach you is because I've never done semi work. But what I can tell you is a lot of the stuff from the economic standpoint that I talk about on the channel, as far as box truck, is parallel to semi trucks. The only difference is you have more opportunities with a semi truck than you do with a box truck, right? But the market is still the same. You got owner operators complaining. Company drivers are winning right now. So it's like kind of like the sentiment has reversed. All right. There was a time where company drivers would just complain because the owner operators were the ones that were really winning. The owner operators are the ones complaining now, and the company drivers are really winning. The companies are giving the owner operators, they're being incentivized. Not the owner operators, the company drivers are winning. It's the owner operators that are complaining. You don't see the company drivers complaining right now. It's the owner ops that are complaining. Why? Because the rates are low or normal, and everything around it are higher. The cost to operate are higher, but the rates are normal or lower than normal, right? So fuel is higher. If you have a breakdown, right, the repair is higher, right? Why? Because diesel mechanics are in high demand now. Why? Because the old diesel mechanics that are retiring, the boomers, Generation Z, millennials, they don't want to take those spots. They want to be Mr. Beast, or they want some high paid job doing nothing at Deloitte. They ain't trying to crawl up under no truck and get all greasy and shit like that. So it's a shortage of diesel mechanics, right? So guess what? You know what? Now we're in competition for the best or what the market has to offer. So that means we got to increase the wages. So that's why you see the rates higher when you pull into a truck shop per hour. So repairs are higher, fuel is higher, insurance is higher. Insurance is a lot higher. So, that's something that I would say, I would tell you that right now, that you may want to really do a deep dive analysis and do a compare and contrast, from where you're at now, being a company driver versus being an owner operator. Do a business plan on being an owner operator, and then kind of look at what you'll be faced against, what you'll be up against as far as cost is concerned, and then parallel that to where you're at now without having to cover the cost on anything and just being a company driver and not having to incur the cost of anything. I'm not saying that don't do it. I'm saying look at the current state of the market, you know what I'm saying, and do a compare and contrast, and then determine if that's something that you feel like maybe now is the right time to do it or not. Cargo van OTR seems illegal with hours they drive and no sleeper berth. Yeah, that's something that I don't really get it either, but hey. Is it best to keep your insurance active, letting your authority age for like 6 months, then jumping to the box truck? Do you have a box truck? If you have a box truck and you're just letting it sit, you're paying for insurance, you can let it sit in age, but there's still things out there that you could be doing with that box truck. So that's some new school pandemic sauce type stuff that a lot of these content creators was kicking. It's opportunities out there that you can get your box truck moving. You don't have to sit around for 6 months and wait and let it age. Like, if I have an asset and I'm paying monthly on it, I'm looking for opportunities that at least will cover the cost of it. Not everybody is going to let you or accept you, but there are opportunities out there that, or there are companies out there that will give you a shot with a new authority. But you definitely have to keep your insurance active. You can't, once you start and you get everything up and going, you got to keep it active. So if you're going to keep it active, you might as well find some work that's going to at least cover the cost. What else? Axel says the new guys doing 60 to 80 cents will lose. That GoFundMe expert getting exposed soon. Let me see. James said UPS drivers are winning for real. I think I just answered his question. I can't participate. What's good, Mark Brown? What up? Shout out to Pippi. All right, so you said it's hard to find work with a new authority locally or OTR. I'm in the St. Louis area. What what are you looking to do? So you said you can't find anything OTR, so brokers aren't messing with you because your authority is still new. What other opportunities have you looked into with your box truck? What other opportunities have you looked into with your box truck? So we know you can't do Amazon. You said you're not having any luck with OTR. What other opportunities have you looked into? What other opportunities have you looked into, Mr. Ken? Have you signed up for any of the apps? What other opportunities have you looked into, sir? And also, Mr. Ken, did you do a business plan prior to you entering into the space? Did you do a business plan prior to you entering into the space? Driving for local stores, etc. I've signed up for apps as well. Yes. All right. So driving for local stores. Who have you applied with? Who have you applied with for these local retail store deliveries? Because I think I know where your plight may be at. Who have you signed up with? Who have you signed up with? Who have you signed up with? You know what's crazy? I do these pop-ups and no one has questions. And then right when I get ready to get off is when all the questions. It's like people wait for somebody to break the ice because they feel like they don't want to ask a bad question. I know, like, I don't know. I don't know. Let's see here. Let me bring this over here. Open that. Open that. The app, GoPub, Netflix, DoorDash. Not those apps, sir. We're not talking about those types of apps. We're talking about gig-based apps for box trucks and cargo vans. Not those types of apps. Mom and pop stores, I reached out to Home Depot, moving. Listen, so when you're applying with large retailers, you can't go to the actual store and ask for opportunities. These retail stores don't handle the logistics of their local curbside or big and bulky delivery. That's all handled through national third party logistics companies. So when you go into the store and you ask a clerk, 9 times out of 10, they're not even going to know the answer for you because they don't handle that. All right. So third party logistics companies handle the logistics for these retailers, whether it's curbside, whether it's in-home white glove. It's all handled through a national third-party logistics chain. Those are the companies that you need to be inquiring with for opportunity with these big box retailers, not the store itself. A lot of the stuff that people buy when they go into the store, when it gets delivered from their home, it doesn't even come from a store. It comes from a third-party logistics warehouse facility or that particular retailer's fulfillment facility way out in the boondocks somewhere. So you're applying and you're inquiring with the wrong entity. You should be inquiring with a third party logistics company for the big box retail stores. Mom and pop stores, obviously, yeah, you're going to go and inquire with them. Moving companies, they have their own trucks. So they really probably wouldn't have a need for an individual who has a truck. There is an app called Bellhop that will um, utilize your truck while you sit at the job site and wait for some contractors to load, and then you drive it to the unload, and then they'll unload it for you. So you can download bellhops and see if they have opportunity for your truck. But for the most part, moving companies aren't gonna have a need for you. And as far as the big box retailer, you have to apply with the third party logistics companies for whatever said retailer you're looking to onboard with. Whatever third party logistics company would have that account in your market. Is insurance cheaper with CDLA on cargo and box truck? I would think if you did have a CDL, as long as you didn't have points and things of that nature, I think, yeah, you're a more professional driver. So that's something that the insurance companies take into consideration. So, yeah. Do you recommend restarting your business if it was set up wrongly from bad advice? When you say set up wrong, what do you mean? Structured wrong, or like what do you mean it was set up wrong? Thanks for your gems and taking the time out to answer my question. No problem. Yeah, what do you mean, James? It was set up wrong. Are you talking about as far as the structure, or like, what do you mean? What did you structure it as? A LLC or what? And why do you feel like you want to restructure it? I'm gonna drop the link too, just in case it may be easier for some people to come up and ask their questions versus typing. So I'll put the link up there. Um, I'm about to reinstate my broker authority. Okay, congrats on that. Um, yeah, James, why you want to restructure it? What up, Mark? How you doing, big brother? Just got notified you online. Wanted to pop in and say what's up. Appreciate it, man. How you feeling? How you feeling? How you feeling? Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving. Appreciate you for tapping in. I know you may have covered this already, but what are the gig apps for cargo vans that box trucks can use? Um, GoShare, uh, Roadie has opportunities from time to time for box trucks. GoShare, Roadie, depending on your market, Amazon has. I know they have it in this market. It's called Flex XL. Um, Mothership, Mothership has kind of fell off the face of the earth, if you ask me. Curry, Curri, they have opportunities as well. So, freight, Mark, some of the big and bulky are now looking for drivers because they follow Amazon's blueprint. They have their own trucks with pay rate $20 an hour. So the reason why that's going on, this is something that I know. I just haven't covered it because it's something that I've talked about in the past. But if I try, listen, trust me, I know where the stuff is going. I know where the stuff is going, but I don't want to, you know, I don't want to get people unfocused, and some people just don't have the I guess the toughness to withstand, what's going on right now. So I try to just, focus on, like, I don't want to just talk about a lot of things that may be seem negative to people. Let me just sum it up like that. But the reason why companies are doing that is because they have an obligation, right? If I'm XPO, or let's say I'm Pilot, right? Or National, or NAL, or JB Hunt Final Mile, or RXO, all right, or UST. Let's say I'm UST and I got a national contract with Lowe's. I signed a national contract. I told Lowe's that, look, we can handle all your big and bulky deliveries on a national scale. We have warehouses set up in these markets. We have a huge footprint. We can handle it. You sell it, we'll deliver it. White glove, we'll do the setup and everything. We sign a contract. We agree upon rates. We hire the independent contractors. It's our job to hire independent contractors. Lowe's doesn't care about the inner workings of our business. All they care about is you told us, UST, that you can handle it. The problem where a lot of the third-party logistics companies are having right now, it's obvious. People, contractors, big and bulky is very labor intensive. The turnover has always been high, right? And big and bulky because the job is strenuous. So independent owner operators or master contractors have always had a high turnover. But now you got other variables that are factoring into that turnover as well. High cost to operate. Insurance is a lot higher. Fuel is higher. Cost of living is higher. So master contractor, independent owner operator who has 2 or 3 trucks running UST, I got guys that are doing heavy lifting day in and day out, but when they go to the store, their eggs are higher. The milk is higher. Pampers are higher. So they want a raise, right? But it's just like I said yesterday. The rates that companies are paying are the same rates that I was getting 10 years ago. The rates are still the same, but the cost of living and everything else, the cost of operate has gone up. So now you got guys that are demanding a higher pay scale, and the master contractor or owner operator can't afford to give them anymore. They're pretty much maxed out. So what happens? Julio or Hector or Man, who's been doing this, he starts looking for other opportunities. I'm getting 200 a day. I'm doing 12 stops. For some goddamn reason, people keep buying this 28 cubic foot Samsung refrigerator, or this 28 cubic foot LG refrigerator, French door. This thing is a behemoth. And for some strange reason, my route gets all the second and third floors. And I'm doing this day in and day out for $200. Whole time, my homie, he's somewhere talking about how he just made $400 yesterday doing Uber half the day and then DoorDash the second half of the day. He started after me and was done before me and made twice as much as I made, with doing nowhere near the labor and the amount of labor that I'm doing. So what you think, man, Jose, Hector, Julio gonna go do? They gonna quit. But yet, UST still has an obligation to fulfill their contract. So what do? They call Enterprise. They call Penske. Yo, I need 50 trucks in this market. I need 20 trucks in that market. I need 20 trucks in this market. They get a bulk discount, right? And now they got to hit the job market up because they have to fulfill their obligation that they agreed to. So now we got to own and operate and run the trucks like company trucks, and we need to hire employees to do the work. That's what's going on. It's not, trust me, it's not that they want to do it, right? Because they want to indemnify themselves from any and all liability. That's why they hire independent contractors to put the blame on you. So now guess what? When you go and you deliver that refrigerator, since you're an employee, if you scratch that person's floor, that claim gonna fall on them because you're not a contractor. The people that they're hiring are employees. So that claim is gonna fall on them. That's what they've always been trying to get away from. But now it's on them. See, they have a bigger commitment to the retailer than you have to them because they got millions on the line. Some of these contracts with these third-party logistics companies make up for a large portion of their gross revenue. A company like UST, a contract like Lowe's, maybe 30% of their gross revenue. I'm just making up a number, but that's a big contract for them. So if they lose that on a national scale, somebody's getting fired in UST. Somebody's getting fired. So they got to do what they got to do. You're going to start seeing a lot of that. If companies are continuing to have problems sourcing contractors, they're going to all follow suit. They're going to have to get their own trucks and just hire company people to do the actual work. You got contractors out here, they can't afford to operate their trucks. They can't afford to operate their trucks. They can't find people to do the work. This lane is booming. There's plenty of opportunity. It's just the people that are coming into the space are having the same issue as other people in other lanes. They're not having a problem sourcing work. It's the cost that it's costing to operate. And for me, having a lot of conversations with a lot of the 3PL executives behind the scene, claims are up. Claims are sky high. Claims are at an all-time high right now. We have a different generation that's coming in doing this work. When I got started back in the day, the generation that I would employ back then is not this generation. The older generation, people my age, people older than me, you go in a person's house, you respected their house. You made it your business to be careful and mindful, right? You didn't want to scratch their floors. You didn't want to nick the wall. Right? You showed some type of courtesy. You went out of your way to be careful. Right? Because you know a claim that's going to bring problems. What's going on now is you got a different mindset. You got a different generation and the mindset of the people that are coming into work now. The younger generation, their mindset is different. They got a lot of distractions. They can't stay out their phone. You know, they get frustrated very easily. They're not as mindful of, you know, people's personal property and personal belongings. You know, they're careless. Trust me, I know. Which was another reason that added into my decision making on why I said, you know what? Let's divest. Because I saw it. I had a guy that I hired during the pandemic. His pants wouldn't stay up on his ass. He never wore a belt. His as much as I tried to talk to him about professionalism, it's just like one ear and out the other. Like the attention span is just non-existent. You could be having a conversation and it's like just outer space in the brain. And this is with that whole generation. I'm like, man, do I want to deal with this for another 4-5 years? Is this where we come to now? I'm on the truck. The owner is out on the truck during the pandemic, and there is not even, he out, still in their phone. Like, bro, why am I doing most of the work? Why am I doing most of the work? I'm falling off trucks. I'm putting shit on my back. I done ran something off the truck, up the stairs, into the first floor unit, through the living room, through the dining room, The damn basement entry is in the kitchen. So now I'm going through the kitchen to go down a flight of stairs, drop off whatever it is I'm dropping off. I done came back up the stairs, came through the kitchen, through the living room, through the dining room, back out to the truck. And I passed you on the way going down to the basement, dropped this shit off, came back and passed you on the way back and finna double lap you and pass you again. And you still on the same item. And I done went in and out twice. And I'm 43 and you 26. Or 40, when was this happened? 42, 41 at the time. And you 26. Why? Because Boo Bay done called you. You got to respond to Boo Bay. Or they arguing on the phone all day with Boo Bay. They can't focus. So this is why claims are up. So it's plenty of variables why the third party logistics companies are going that route. They actually went that route during the pandemic as well, but the reason why they went that route during the pandemic was because of the volume. There was just not enough people to go around. Now it's not enough people to go around because of the cost and the cost to operate and just, everything else that I just mentioned. So, I think I'm kind of curious to know where this lane is going to end up as well, because the labor intensive stuff, if opportunities and money are, out there where people can continue to do stuff that are less physically challenging, it will be good for a person who doesn't mind doing that type of work because the rates are going to go up, right? So a person can make an egregious amount of money if they don't mind doing that type of work, right? Because if the demand is here and the supply is low, that means the cost is going to rise, right? But if they can't find people, then I don't know. I don't know. Let's see. I know I went on a little rant. Mark, what time is dinner Thursday? I'm hungry. Hey, Axel, I can't show up to my OG crib with some random white guy. Hey, I can't show up to my mama crib on Thanksgiving with some random guy. Your mouth is kind of filthy, man. My mama be done cussed you out, man. The way you be talking, man, my mama be done cussed you out, man. She be done cussed you out, man. That's not something I would even I wouldn't even think about. I would just tell you to sit tight, man. Pull up. That's a situation where I tell you to pull up, just park right over there. Park right over there. I'm gonna bring you out a plate. That's a bring you out a plate scenario. Pull up, park right over there. Hey, fo, nah, he good. On that van. The white van, on that white van, he good. Let him, he with you? He good, leave him alone. I'll be right back. Hey, you need a plate? All right, I'll be right back. I come out with 2 plates. I hand you your plate. I tell you, go on. Get up out of here. You get your 30 minutes is up. That's one of them scenarios. Yeah, so you just pull up, get a plate. Now, if you in Chicago, I tell you to pull up. I'm going to bring you out a plate. I can't just bring some random, you know what I'm saying, in the OG crib on Thanksgiving, man. We say our prayer on Thanksgiving. We thank the Lord. You know what I'm saying? Mom is old school. I don't need to say no more. Let me waitlisted for my area. Wish I had. Yeah, man. They want to keep, the supply and the demand kind of equal so people have opportunity to make money. They don't want a bunch of people flooding the app and then it's just scarce for opportunity. They want people to have success. That's how the word gets spread out about the app. How do you feel about starting a dispatching company? Indifferent. It's something that I've never thought about, never inquired, never done any research on dispatching. So I really can't answer that question. You have a single member LLC. What I run across carriers running with LLC nor without LLC nor business bank account. Those are, I almost called them retards. Those aren't smart people. You know, you want to indemnify yourself from as much liability as possible. You want to have some type of structure that, you know, indemnifies you from liability. Running as a sole proprietor, you're putting all your assets at risk. So if anything happens, which we pray and hope that doesn't nothing happen, but you know, you can't hope for something. You can hope for the best, but still prepare for the worst. So in this case, you do hope. All right. You hope that nothing happens, but still a smart business person prepares for the worst, and preparing would mean structuring your business correctly to indemnify you in the case that something did happen. You know what I'm saying? So you can't look at what the people that's you talking about that's out there running without some type of structured business. Those are just not smart business people. Because if one of those people, you know, falls asleep or they hit somebody, you know, or have an accident, even if it's a minor fender bender, you never know what the result of that on the other end may be. And people will sue you. They see you in a commercial vehicle, they see dollar signs. Now you hit somebody that got a little bread and they got a high powered attorney, it's different. You might hit Man gonna sue you because he looking at the opportunity. So Man gonna find the person that was running the commercial. Been in an accident? Call 1-800 get you paid. They gonna call 1-800 get you paid. They gonna call the fly by night guy in the commercial, and he gonna say, all right, we can get you $20,000 for that hit. But then they gonna take a big portion of that. And then after it's all said and done, you gonna have you about $6,000. So that's if you get into an accident with Man. But if you get into an accident with somebody, you know, and their last name is Weinstein or Goldberg or something to that nature, and then you get a letter from Goldstein, Weinstein, and Dorfenberger, associate practice partners in law. That's a different type of lawsuit. Next thing you know, they talking about putting lien on your crib and all types of shit. Is that something you want to go through, sole proprietor? Is that something you want to go through, sole proprietor? I don't think so. So no, you want to structure your business. Fonzo, what's good? I recently watched your live and heard you talk about Rivian. It dropped down. It dropped down to 1582-ish. Sorry for being off topic. No, it's all good. Yeah, it did drop down today. Actually, I just had it up on the screen. I actually just had it up on the screen. Let's see. Yeah, it's 1583 right now. It's 1583. It's down $1.10 today. Yeah, so. Yep. I think it's a good buy. I'm DCAing in. For cargo vans, does the color of the van matters? I'm interested in buying an all black van because the price is decent. Some companies do. It does matter. Back in the day when I was getting started, it was a must that your truck or your van be all white. In some cases it still is, you know what I'm saying? So depending on what you want to do and who you have an idea who you may want to apply with, you might want to look at what their requirements are. I would suggest that you do buy an all white van because there are a lot of companies still out there that require it. if you do find something that is, if you're looking on the used market and you find something that may not be all white and that may be of a, it may have a color to it, red, black, whatever, and you do want to sign on with a company and their requirement is all white, then you can wrap it. You might have to spend $3,000 or $4,000 on a wrap, but that's just something that you need to keep take into consideration when purchasing your vehicle. There are some companies that do require an all white vehicle. So what type of insurance should I get? I'm going to rent a truck first. I only have DOT. All right, well, you need to get your MC. You need to get general liability, commercial auto, and commercial cargo. Mark, just landing a Monday through Friday auto parts contract with Principal Distribution. I'm going to let the app route with Better Trucks go. I'll do that on Saturdays only. All right. Congratulations. Money makes sense, and after I prove myself, it'll go up. They also have box truck lanes. Okay. Congratulations. Congratulations. James said Rivian just had a software update problem. That's why it's down $1.09 today. No problem. It'll bounce back. Now $1.08. It's going down a penny by the minute. No problem. It'll bounce back. Today was my last weekday with Better Trucks. Principal wanted me to start today, but I told him I gave BT my word. I'll be there today and start contract tomorrow. Okay, that's what's up. Kareem said, thanks for the advice. No problem. No problem. All right, any other cute questions? Any other questions? Questions. Yep, so I don't know, man. You dig? Man, where's all these cargo van people at, man? That always want me to answer these questions. I guess they out working. It is the middle of the day. Hey, boss, how are you doing? I'm doing great. How are you? Was going to hit the link, but wait till you stop driving. All right, 10-4. I got about another. Wait, damn. Did my clock reset? Yeah, it reset. Hold on. That's not right. My clock reset. We about 30 minutes. Hold on. We are not here. We got to edit that because it must have reset when I switched the screen. Let's do 30 minutes. Yeah, let's do that. Let's bring this over here. We watching you from Punta Cana. You out in Punta Cana? I've been to Punta Cana. I had a great time. I think Punta Cana is dope. I stayed at the Hard Rock when I went to Punta Cana. Hard Rock, I think, is the best resort in Punta Cana. I had a great time in Punta Cana. Actually, a guy who I used to work for here when I was in college was one of the, at that time, he was the biggest nightclub promoter. I used to work for him when I was in college. He actually moved down there some years ago, and he owns a nightclub down there. He owns the largest excursion company down there. So, anytime anybody goes to Punta Cana that I know, I always send them to him, and he takes care of them as far as their excursions are concerned and that travel to and from the airport, travel to and from, things outside of whatever resort they're staying for. Yeah, so yeah, I like Punta Cana. I got to get back to Punta Cana. Punta Cana, Punta Cana, Punta Cana. Ken Hooten, what's the best ELD to get for your box truck? I would say Motive. Hey, Mark, quick question. I found cargo van 2016 high top extendo 129,000. Price 27.9. Clean to death. What you think? 2016 high roof extended. What's the make? Is it a Ford? Is it a Ram? Is it a Mercedes? So it seemed like trolls and dumb can't make it to the pop up. Man, the pop ups is when people least expect. See, I could do a pop up whenever. I could do it in the middle of the day. I could do it in the middle of the night. I'm not confined to being anywhere at any time. So I think the people that be trolling, they probably somewhere on the truck slinging some packages or something right now. Not sure about getting the MC. Want to stay local in the state? Do you recommend going out of state with a box truck? Still, if you're going to stay local, it depends on what you want to do. Some of these companies, they still require you to have an MC. And the reason why is because they may hire you on as local, but they may have to send you out of state. Or let's say you stay in New Jersey. You may have, your route may be in New York. Or you may have a route that starts in New Jersey and goes over into New York. You see what I'm saying? So if you stay on one of those border city that has a state that's kind of bordering each other, this is why. Back in the day, you necessarily didn't have to have the NC if your state regulated it. So you would have to have a DOT. Like here, we have our own state regulation. So we have the Illinois Commerce Commission. So if you're running a business here locally, you can get the DOT and not get the MC if you're going to stay in the state because the ICC is regulating you within the state boundaries. So as long as you got the ICC and the company that you're running for doesn't require the MC, then you're fine. But some accounts are going to still require the MC. So it all depends on what you're doing. Most of your 3PLs, if not all of them nowadays, are going to require the MC. So stake bid truck. I mean, if you get a stake bid non-CDL truck, what are you looking to move? I don't think a stake bid non-CDL truck is the way to go. What's going on? You drive Ford Transit 250. What would be the best approach when reaching out to them? Well, just get the number of the recruiter that I got listed in the community and give her a call and tell her I sent you. And then tell her what market you're in, and then she'll let you know what's available, if anything is available or not. Okay, you got a Ford. All right. Well, yeah, I mean, if it's 2016, 27, 120,000, that's low miles for 2016. I think the price point is kind of high, but then I always have to remind myself that, hey, Mark, it's not when you were shopping for trucks and vans back in the day. So I think when you add inflation, I think 27 is a okay price. I'm not sold on it, but I understand what the competition is in the market with inflation right now. One thing I can say about cargo vans and pickups, a lot of people don't understand why you can get a box truck in some cases cheaper than a cargo van. Not box trucks, cargo vans and pickup trucks hold their value. That's why I always keep me a nice pickup truck. I keep me a nice pickup truck. You know what I'm saying? They trying to buy, my pickup truck is paid for, and they trying to buy it back from me for $33,000. I paid $70,000 for it. little under 70 for it, brand new. I got a Chevy Silverado LTZ, top of the line, that I got brand new in 2016. I really don't even drive it. And I bought it in 2016 brand new. It was paid for. That's what I pull out in the wintertime when it's snow. You know what I'm saying? And now, what is it? For 8 years, 7 years later, they still offering me 32, 33,000 for it. So if they're offering me 32,000 for it, because it does still have low miles, you know what I'm saying? What are they going to resell the thing for? They're probably going to list it for 40, 42. Right? So pickup trucks and cargo vans, they hold their value extremely well. One, because they know what people are going to do with them. They're going to put them to work. They know you buying it to make money some way, shape, form, or fashion. They know you're going to use it to make money some way, shape, form, or fashion. And if you're not, you might come to a time where you might have to. Shit, you might want to pull a trailer. You might want to do this, start a landscaping business. You might want to do some delivery. And these vehicles are built to last. They're built to last. They are built to last. Every pickup truck that I get, I have it for at least 10 years. The only reason I bought that pickup truck in 2016 is because the pickup truck I had before it, I bought that one in 02 brand new, which is the one that helped me start my moving company, right? So I kind of beat it to death, but I bought it brand new in 02 and it lasted me to 2016. So that becomes my winter car, right? It becomes my all-terrain vehicle when we get blizzards, right? And as it gets older, it becomes the low. But I know in the market that I live in, I got to keep something that can get through a blizzard. I can't be stuck in the crib. I got an older mother. I got to get to my OG crib. I got to move around. So I got to hit something that I could throw in the faux high. I could throw that thing in the faux low. And if it's 2 feet of snow, I'm going to throw that bitch in the faux high. And I'm going to get through that snow. It's already sitting up. You know, so, and this is why. You go to a used lot, they get a good pickup truck or a good used van. Man, that thing might sit on a lot for a week before somebody come in. Julio coming to get a pickup truck. Let him get take in a good pickup truck, a cargo van on a trade-in. Man, that thing ain't gonna sit on the lot no time. That's why I always buy new pickup trucks, because it's more beneficial. I'm not gonna go out and spend 30, 40,000 on a 7-8-year-old pickup truck when I could just go spend 30, 40,000 more on the new one and get the warranty and don't have to worry about it. You know what I'm saying? So, and I know it's gonna last me, because once I buy, I know I'm gonna have it for 10 years or longer. But yeah. What do you think about the Truck Smarter app? I never had any dealings with it, so I can't give you an opinion on it either way. How do you think a person should? How do you think a person should get a DOT inspection? At least once a year. But check this out. I watch another channel called Call Me Cooley, and he's saying that when you pull into the DOT way stations now and you ask for an inspection, they're starting to decline people. Now, I don't know how true that is or not, because that's not something I've really had to deal with in my career, right? Because I've always operated from a local standpoint. So that's not something that I've had to deal with. So, but I watch Call Me Cooley a lot, and he says that they're not really doing those pull-up inspections like that. But when I did have an MC back in the day, before I converted over to local from interstate to intrastate, it would be once a year. So I ran interstate. I had an interstate authority for the first few years until my broker was just like, why are you paying all this insurance? You don't even go out of the state. And I switched from interstate to intrastate. and then my Illinois Commerce Commission number served the purpose as what would be the MC number if we were crossing state lines for my trucking company, and I was able to cut my costs for insurance damn near in half. So why can company dictate the age of the truck if UIC? I don't understand this question. You gotta like type out full words and like the whole new ASL and IDC and all that. Listen, I'm 43, man. I don't, and I'm not being funny. I'm just keeping it 1,000, man. I don't know what you asking me. Why can't company dictate the age of truck if UIC? I don't know what that means. You got to talk to me in the Generation X terminology. Only Generation X terminology. I don't know these abbreviations. I don't know a lot of that stuff. I still don't know what ASL means. I don't know what that stuff means. What is the best way to market oneself to obtain dedicated contracts with 3PLs and or business directly? Also, is it smart to accept contracts and subcontract the work out that you can't cover? Subcontracting out work now and final amount may be tough. I just don't think the margin, depending on who you're subcontracting to, would determine if the margin was there to do it. What's the best way to market oneself to obtain dedicated contracts with 3PLs? I don't think it's necessarily marketing yourself when you're going there. They have opportunities. If you go in there and you apply and you have everything in order that will allow you to on board with them, I think these companies are desperate. They've always been desperate because the turnover has been high. If the opportunity is there and you got everything in place, I think you'll be fine. It's not something that you got to write a proposal for and things of that nature. As long as you got the people, the truck, you got the authority, your insurance is up to date, everything is up to date. The backgrounds are going to get approved, right? Because they're going to background check the owner of the business. And if you're not on the truck, they're still going to background check you as well as your crew members, your driver and your helper. As long as the backgrounds will pass what their requirements are for compliance, you're fine. You're fine. Subcontracting, I've never subcontracted anything. Right now, I think, just finding people to work for you is one thing. I think if in this market, if a person has their own truck and their own crew, I think in today's times, they have the ability to get the same contract you have. I think the old way of back in the day where when there was just a lack of information out there, with the current day and age we are in, people know shit now. So back in the day, you could get a contract and then hire a guy with a truck and have them do the work, and they may not even inquire on how you got the contract. They may just go to the 3PL every day, get their load, go do their work, and not even inquire. They're just working. The mind state is shifting. Everybody wants to be a boss now, so people are inquiring, and eventually, even if they are subcontracted for you, eventually they're going to want to cut you out. You figure in most 3PLs, they're taking 55 or 50% of the revenue. It's usually a 55-45 split, one way or the other. So now you add someone that's actually doing the work with the cost of operating today, and you're taking money off the top. I just don't see it. I just don't see the margin for it in today's times. Very important. If you look at my videos, when I have my intro and you see me in the truck, you see me outside the truck, you see me with all blue uniform, company shirt, Blue khakis. I never required people to wear the blue khakis. They could wear a jean, but they always had to wear the uniform shirt, right? Sweatshirt, t-shirt, hoodie. Um, so yeah, uniform is very important because you don't want to send people into people's homes, especially with final mile of moving, and everybody looks different. You want you want your crews to have some type of uniform. Everyone looks like they're on one accord. They're working together as a team. It's more professional that way. You got people that don't got a uniform. One guy got on a O Block shirt. One guy got on a dingy white T-shirt with coffee stains on it. And then one guy got on moving in a polo shirt. It just don't look right, If your color is gray, you got 3 guys with a gray shirt with your company name, logo, and phone number. If it's navy blue, if it's black, it's just more professional. It's very important. It's very important. Hey, I just want to appreciate you on all the free game you give for my people just starting out. May the Most High continue to be with you, my guy. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. What do I think about Thumbtack's new Insta book feature? I don't like it. I'm an earlier Thumbtack adopter, so I've seen the evolution of Thumbtack from when the leads were $4 or $5 up until where they're forcing you to do the Insta book. I remember when they first introduced the Insta book, and when I looked at it, and I before I turned it on, I saw that the leads were damn near double, if not double, of what the normal lead prices were. Why? Because they're charging you for a service. They're instantly booking, and it's guaranteeing you the job without you having to interact with the customer and sell yourself or compete with the other people that may have inquired for a quote from. It's just instantly giving you the job. Thumbtack is charging you for that. So no, I don't like it because it's forcing you into one box. I know why they're doing it. They've been, for the past 2 years, I've talked about it before, they've been trying any and everything to become profitable. I don't think they're profitable. They want to IPO. The founder who started it, he wants to IPO so he can sell and move on to something else. He wants to make his billions of dollars and be done with it, right? But they have to show some type of, I don't think that's a company like an Amazon or an Uber, one of those companies that could IPO, without showing profit, because they have a more seasoned, venture capitalist firm backing them, and they understand that, it might take 10 years down the line for this company to become profitable because there's things going on in the background that, the or the post IPO investor doesn't know about, that they do. So they're willing to take it public because they know, okay, in 97, yeah, it's not profitable, Amazon, but you know what? We got this Prime thing we're going to implement 8 years down the line. We're going to do our own logistics stuff 10 years down the line. We're going to do everything we saw that Amazon eventually became. We're going to expand from just selling books to being everything. We're just starting with books, but eventually we're going to sell everything. This was already planned. So we could take this public and not be profitable because we know it's going to take 10 years down the line for it to turn this company profitable. Uber still isn't profitable. They're still trying to figure out a way to make the ride sharing platform profitable. Uber Freight has been profitable. Uber Eats is profitable. Why? Because they're providing a service and they're charging the restaurants 30% just for connecting a consumer to a restaurant. So it's pretty much just profit for them, 30%. So it's easy to turn that profitable. But when you're dealing with something on a supply and demand model, as let's say a rider, matching a rider with a supplier of the service of picking them up and dropping them off, and you're doing it in different markets, and supply isn't meeting demand isn't meeting supply, then you got to offer incentives to drivers. You got to offer incentives to riders to take the platform. You try to get people accustomed to taking the platform, so you give them a bunch of discounts so they can become accustomed to it, so that eventually one day you can raise the rates to become profitable. That's the issue that they're having. So there's a lot of variables I think that they're putting into place, Thumbtack, to try to figure out how to become profitable, and that's ultimately why I think they went with the instant book, because it's more money. They're trying to get more money out of the service provider. What's going on,
What up, Mark? What's good, bruh?
man? How you feeling, man?
I'm good, man. Blessed.
Man,
Blessed. Just had a couple of questions for you. I won't get into what I want to ask you for the coaching call. As
mm-hmm.
far as that goes, do you know what you're gonna do on Black Friday? If it's gonna be Black Friday or Cyber Monday?
Man, I don't know, man, because did you see the
I
message
mean,
that
I
I
don't.
got? Did you see the message that I got earlier
Nah,
when
I
I
was
displayed it?
driving. I just tapped in.
The guy who said that messaged me and said, "Man, he wants to." Hold on, let me put it back up on the screen. I know people came in late.
Oh, you can't see the chat while you're on this.
You can, you gotta turn the screen sideways. Hold on. Let's see here. So I got this message earlier where someone said they've been trying to get in. None of the box truck content creators hit them back, help them, and then he was like, "I found a company that does the DOT and MC together for $4,000." So
Hell no.
when I get something like this, and I'm thinking about doing a Black Friday sale, I'm gonna get a bunch of people that I try to avoid, and I'm not saying I'm trying to avoid. He just doesn't know any better. But he thinks that he thinks he's getting a deal for someone to set up his DOT and MC for $4,000. Yo, you there? You
Yeah.
froze. I hear you, but you froze.
No, okay.
But that's what I'm afraid of, because I think if I do like a 50% off, I think I'm gonna get swamped, and I'm gonna deal with a bunch of people that I typically try to avoid. If that makes any
Yeah,
sense.
I hear you.
So
I hear you. Nah,
I may do it, but if I'm not gonna promote it. So I don't know. I may
yeah.
just do
I
a
don't.
pop up. You may have to just go to the website and see that it's available. I may not even promote it. I may just
Well, I wasn't even gonna wait. I was just gonna schedule it. I wasn't worried about no discount, bro. I was just going because I just want to holler at you on it. Talk
yeah
strategy.
yeah. People been
Yeah,
hitting me up, but I've been telling them to wait, because I don't want to.
yeah.
And see, I'm just an honest person. I try to avoid shit. So like somebody hit me up yesterday. They said it was finna go book. I said wait, because I don't want you to book, and
Yeah,
then
that was
you
me.
see Monday that it's 50 or 30% off, and I just wait, bro, because I don't know what I'm
Yeah,
going to
that
do.
was
And the
me. I
money
hit you
ain't.
on Instagram yesterday.
Oh, oh, that was you. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All right. Yeah.
Sunday.
Okay. So
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Okay. So yeah. So
So
I
I do
told you
got a
yesterday, just
question.
wait. Yeah. Go ahead. What's your question?
Yeah. How would one go about? I did get a contract with Principal Distribution this morning. They wanted me to start today, but I was already obligated to the route I was doing. I start
Mm,
that tomorrow. But looking forward, how does one go about getting their own contract with like Advanced Auto Part? Do I need to be like a carrier? Because United Rentals, they kind of put when I was doing a run for them off of GoShare, the owner kind of tried to put a bug in my ears like, yo, if you can be on standby, I'll give you the information for to be a carrier. I'll give you the person you need to get in contact with if you
mm,
can do like little hot shot runs. I was like, I'm down. Just he's like, when the next time you come out there, um, we can talk. I'll give you who you need to email and who you need to contact. But I haven't gotten another order to go out there.
mm. So that's just networking. I mean, if they're willing to pull you closer to the source, then yeah, by all means. Most of the auto
Yeah.
part stuff that I know runs through US Pack. There's some other local companies here that do auto parts, but they're on a local level. As far as on a national scale, I know US Pack does a lot of auto stuff. Now
Okay. And that's through the
the
three PL, right?
yeah, let's do 3PL. Now,
Okay.
the pay can be something left to be desired, but
Yeah.
everybody's situation is different. If you're running for yourself, then
Right.
$22 a stop, or $30 a stop, or $18 a stop, depending on how many stops they giving you, it may be fine for you. But US PAC
Yeah.
usually pays on a lower pay scale in comparison to some of the other 3PLs.
Right.
Yeah, so
Uh, one more. What do you think about Thumbtack's new Instabook feature? Have you been hip to that? They got
I don't I
something
don't
new because I heard.
I don't I don't like it.
I don't like it either because you could just you're paying for it's double the lead is double and you're
Yeah.
paying for that lead regardless if you take the job or if they they're gonna they booking you, so that's the good thing about it. But I don't like, you have to set your schedule, your availability to block out days so you don't get insta booked. And I got insta booked thinking I had one of my because I'm on there for furniture assembly, small moves, and junk removal. And
Mhm.
apparently, when I was setting it up, I closed off junk removal and furniture assembly until they got back with me about this
Mhm.
Instabook if they could be turned off. Well, somebody
Mhm.
Instabooked me a couple of days ago for furniture assembly, and it just it caught me off guard. I thought it was all turned off, but I'm gonna go ahead and do it because word of mouth, and in the area that the lady needs to help in is like a upscale side of town. So I'm gonna go ahead and do it. It's not like I was busy that day anyway, but that
Mhm.
Instabook feature is, they're getting a lot of kickback from it from my account rep, the guy that's helping me. He's getting a lot of complaints. So hopefully, he said he was gonna go in there and talk about them.
He was gonna go in where and
But
talk about him.
he's gonna because they're getting for the small businesses, they're getting a lot of pushback on that Instabook feature. They really, from what he tells me, they implemented it for the large, the big nationwide companies and the larger businesses. But for
Mm.
small businesses, it doesn't make fiscal sense to
Well,
double or even close to triple.
well, I,
Go
I
ahead.
remember when they first brought it onto the platform in maybe 2020. Um,
Okay, so it's not that new.
and and
Okay.
and and it was brought into just kind of um give you leverage over the competition because the person could just book with you. You wouldn't have to sell yourself. But it's just
Right.
like I was saying. I think you might have been trying to call up when I was just talking about this. Ultimately, Thumbtack has been around for a minute. They want to go public,
Mm-hmm.
but this is a company
Yeah.
that's going to have to show some form of profitability, or that they can turn it into a profitable company. I've been around Thumbtack for years, so I've seen the evolution of it from earlier days to where it is now. I'm retired. I haven't done anything on Thumbtack, even though I got a lot of money um in my account on Thumbtack. But the way I've saw them go from when I first started to where they're at now, I remember if I got a lead that didn't make sense, or it was a double lead, someone that already asked for a quote and then they did it again, you know, and Thumbtack
Yeah.
charged me twice. I could just go in the app and message, and then they'll just refund me, or they'll credit my account.
Mm.
Now on certain things, they won't even credit you.
Yeah.
They're just getting real tight. So it goes back to the example I gave earlier with like with Uber. You see what I'm saying? Or not Uber, was it with Amazon? Well, both. You get a person accustomed, right, to the service, the consumer, and you also get the service provider accustomed to using the platform, right? And you want to appease them in every single which way you can, right? And then their whole thing in the background is eventually they want to become profitable. Once you get them accustomed to using the service, then you smack them with the high prices,
Right.
because now they're accustomed to using it for the past I don't know how many years. At the end
Yeah.
of the day, it's still a business. They want an IPO. This is a company that can't remain privatized. This is a company that they already evaluated in the billions.
Mm.
The guy who started it, he's trying to get his money and get on.
Get out. Yeah.
So they're trying to find ways to incentivize the shareholders so that it can be profitable. They want to be profitable.
Right.
Um, anything I would dispute back in the day, they would give me my money back.
Yeah.
Last year, I was having issue after issue. I'm like, and I've showed it before. Look how much money I'm spending.
Yeah, I
Look how
remember
much
you
money
was
I'm spending.
posting. You got your shit on unlimited.
I got my show unlimited. So I retired
Yeah.
last year, so it's been dead since last year. Let me show my credit card. Okay. So I stopped taking leads last year when I retired. But if you look, I'm paying this shit daily. I kind of was turning it on and off last year, but I can get into points where you see I'm spending hundreds of dollars a day in and day
Right.
out. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So,
See.
so and it's set to unlimited. So you talking about 3 leads? I'm spending $53. 4 leads, $52. 6 leads, $56. And look, they charged me twice on May 9th.
Hmm.
So I spent over $100 in leads this day. And this is not auto book. You see what I'm saying? This is not auto book.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you know, um, I a typical lead that may cost me $12, right, is now costing you $24.
Yep.
So the only way I think, in a scenario like this is you're gonna have to uh uh
Kind of price that in a little bit
price it
without
in.
without
So it's
without
just like
hitting them in the head.
so it's just like for Uber Eats, right? If you order, I'm trying to think of a national chain because I don't want to name nothing local, because let's say Hooters on Uber Eats, you might see something in an asterisk at the bottom that say prices may be slightly higher than they are in the restaurant, in the store. Why? Because these restaurants have to account for that 30% that Uber Eats is charging them for being on their platform, right?
Right.
But it's a situation where Hooters, they need Uber Eats in the day and times that we're living in,
Right.
right? You see what I'm saying? So same situation here. We don't got the yellow pages and flyer distribution. It's just not the way
Yeah.
of promoting yourself. The old school method, word of mouth and things like that, everything is digital, right? So if they know they have a marketplace to put service providers in front of consumers and consumers in front of service providers, and they know they're top tier and their SEO search engine optimized to the point where if I go look for a mover in certain zip code, before the moving company website is going to come up, Thumbtack is going to come up at the top. A person is going to click Thumbtack. It's going to tell them to put their zip code in, and it's going to give them a list of movers. So
Yeah.
even in your situation, it's like you can't live without them anymore. They've positioned themselves in the market for this reason. So it's just like the restaurants that are on Uber Eats. You may have to do a 30% upcharge on your menu on the app, whereas the prices in the store will be lower, but you're charging that 30% upcharge on the app because you got to cover the cost because your
Right.
margins are small. You understand, a restaurant business, they might be working on a 1.5%, 2% margin. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So same situation here. You see
Yeah.
what I'm
Okay, I
saying?
get it. Yeah, because I put out just to make the profile when I was doing it that day. I put all of my because it has the averages on what each category would charge and tell you the average like you did an example of. So I did
Mm-hmm.
mine nearly 3 times the price just so I wouldn't get booked because I wanted to go. I wanted to talk to you first and make sure I got how my profile looked on there and all of that once we
Mm-hmm.
do the call. So I was like, I'm priced out. I'm way higher than everybody else that I've looked on there, and I still got Instabook. So I was like, okay, so some people just rather pay, and then I did a decent profile, so some people just rather pay, that for quality of service, even though I haven't done any jobs yet, but they don't care what the price is. They'll pay it, especially out on that side of towns.
Did you do the
So
job?
No, it comes up because I had all of November blocked out, and she scheduled me for December 1st. And when I contacted her, she's like, "Well, I would like to have it. It's just to put some table legs on the table." And she's like, "Well, I
Mm-hmm.
like to have it done before Thanksgiving." I told her that, well, I'm pretty booked out, but I can most likely fit you in. Do you have all the parts, the screws and all the to go to it? She's like, "It's supposed to be coming on UPS." I was like, well, let me know when you get the parts, and if I can get you in before Thanksgiving, I will. I didn't
Mm-hmm.
mention that I might charge a little bit more. I'll just do the job for what I had listed because I don't want to hit it in the head. And then she might tip. So if she does, she does. If she does, she doesn't. But I'll still get that word of mouth business from her.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
so yeah, she booked me for December 1st. I've been getting a lot of those leads where you can pass on junk removals, moving and all that. So that's why I was like, I need to holler at Mark so I can strategize and see if I'm on the right
What do you have? A cargo van, right? From what I can see,
yeah,
right?
I got a cargo van, a
So
high roof.
so your junk removal, you probably want to turn that off anyway. You don't want to
Yeah.
do junk removal. You don't want to do junk
No?
removal in the cargo van. Nah, man. Nah,
Okay.
nah. Because you don't know what you're gonna get. I own a junk removal company for a year.
Okay.
Um, you don't want to mix junk removal and something that you're moving clean goods in.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. Like I did put a
Because
floor down, but it's like the cleanup is
but
crazy.
but
Yeah.
see but see it doesn't matter because you may do a junk removal. Like I could tell you, brand new 2021 PJ dump trailer. Like the second or third job we had it on was a basement clean out. Dude had paint, all type of shit. One of the paint buckets still had paint in it. Once I got to the dump, the paint had spilled out all under on the dump, and it's just on there. So now I got a brand new, even though it's a dump trailer, it's brand new. It's gonna get screwed up anyway. I still was, like, damn,
Right.
I got
Yeah, I
paint.
get it.
You know what I'm saying? So
I
now
get it.
if you're doing it in your, but that's a dump trailer, and you're doing this in your van, and you may have to go the next morning to
Right.
T Force or something. So now you're
Right.
spending your
Yeah.
night. You got to find a 24-hour one of them car washes where you could pull up and spray it. And you trying to spray it, you done had to go get you a spatula. You trying to scrub some
Yeah.
shit. You done had to go get the what's that shit? The paint thinner remover and all. Like it's
Yeah.
just not those. Some of those junk removal jobs can turn out very very nasty.
Yeah. And see, I was
And
it's good you said that because I had that in the back of my mind. Like, I don't really want to be mixing like that. But if it was something like, you know, area rugs or chairs or something that wasn't messy, because in the descriptions you can see what they have if they list it or if they have pictures. And
mhm.
I was still on the fence, but I was like, at the time, I was like, I'm gonna go get it. I'm whatever they, I'm just gonna go get it. But now that I do have this contract and I do have some steady income for the van coming in, I was like, well, being that you just said that I should remove that, I am gonna take that off and just stick with the small moves and the furniture assemblies.
Yeah, do the small moves. The furniture assemblies. Furniture assemblies should be pretty busy this week. You got a lot of people probably
Yeah,
ordering things for Thanksgiving. As far as having family coming over, and they may be ordering, like you said, tables and
right, for sure.
stuff like
And
stuff like that.
when I get off of here, I'm going inside and I'm gonna go hit up all these Christmas tree places that you mentioned. I forget which episode, but maybe two or three episodes back. I got 15 Christmas tree farms to go contact and see what they're talking about.
It may be a little bit too late for that, but you can give it a
Yeah, I was
try.
thinking
When
that.
when we was running, we would get delivery around this time, and then we would get delivery to us around this time, and we would start making the deliveries because some people want their trees up for Thanksgiving. So I
Right.
mean, you can still do your
Reach
due
out and see
diligence,
what
but
see what
but
it
it
do.
may
Yeah,
it may be a little bit uh too late for that.
I get it. I get it.
But
All right,
yeah.
brother.
So
I won't take up too much more of your time. Pippi said we had 15 minutes. I was just trying to hurry up and get home because I didn't want to be driving and trying to holler at you. But I'll keep an eye on that website so I can tap in with you and we can talk strategy.
okay.
I
Sounds good, man.
appreciate you,
Appreciate you.
bro. You done
Appreciate you.
changed a lot. You done changed a lot for me. Initially, my last thing. Initially, I was going cargo van, and then when I got hit to your channel, I was gonna jump on the box trucks because I did have box truck money, but I was like, nah, that overhead, and then I didn't want to. Final mile is what I was going to go after, but I knew I needed another person, and I know I can count on me. I'm gonna get up and
Mm,
go get it, but you know, finding the right person that's just as much as a dog or wants that bread too. It take a
mm,
little, it take a little seeking out. Yeah, you can go to Home Depot and get a couple of essays here and there, but once they make their bread, they might decide after a week they good and on to something else. So I just
mm,
went with my original plan of starting with the van and scaling from there. But I
mm,
appreciate what you do, Mark. A lot of people
mm,
do as well. I know they
mm,
do. Keep doing you, bro. I know you are. Don't let none of the naysayers, detract you from your path and your mission, because you got the juice, bro. And it's a lot of us that's grateful for the free game. Like I used to say when I first signed up, when I first caught up to you, you got enough videos out there, all your old videos. Somebody can build a business just going through your old videos. They can
mm.
build. You got everything laid out. And I use Chat GPT for a couple of the things that you mentioned, and it worked. So I appreciate you, bro. Keep grinding, stay up, and I'll be in the MGM. You'll see me back in the chat. This probably be. I'll do a testimonial later after I'm good, after I'm going good.
Okay. I appreciate you, bro.
All right, bro.
Be safe. All right. So that was CDA CEO. Appreciate you for chiming in. All right. So did you do CPM in the last mile space, or is it just mostly OTR? I've never done CPM in the final mile because we go off percentages. So you're local. So you're not your cost per mile. You just go off your percentages. So if I'm running a contract, for instance, doing Office Depot, I know I got a guarantee, right? I know it's costing me by my contract I got with my drivers, right? Because it's a one man contract. I'm paying them. I'm getting a guarantee of 300 a day. I'm paying them 100. I know my cost to operate is going to be within 100. Whatever that cost, if it doesn't exceed that 100, it stays in the cash flow. The company profits $100. So I know I'm working on a 33% margin. All right. So that's how you do final mile, because you're not spending an egregious amount of money per mile. It's on hotels. You're burning the fuel. Your insurance is cheaper because it's local. It's just a lot of variables that don't factor into running your truck by the mile with final mile. It's more off percentages, or you could have a per piece. You're getting paid per piece. Let's say for like Office Depot, it pays per piece, right? So that's a percentage. Okay, if I know we're getting paid $2 a piece and I got a guy out there, how am I going to structure? I'm going to take a chance and give him a guarantee, and it may be a day where it may be a short piece count. So let's say you're running Office Depot. Anybody that's running Office Depot or Staples this week, 100% their volume is down. Why? Because schools are closed. So the people that order the stuff, let's say for schools, they know school's out because of Thanksgiving. So we're not going to order anything because we're not going to be here to receive it. So volume is going to be low. But if I know I'm getting paid $2 a piece and I know there's going to be days where volume is going to be low, I'm going to take a hit that day. Or do you pay a percentage of that piece count to your driver? So no, you pay based off percentages. The way you do final mile, you pay the guarantee, you pay by the percentage, or you can pay by the hour. It all depends on the contract that you're running, right? And how you get paid. And how you get paid. So just to reiterate and expound on a little bit, certain contracts when I was up and operational, certain contracts that paid a guarantee, I could pay a guarantee. Because I know I'm getting $500 a day, or I know I'm getting $300 for this route, or I know I'm getting $600 for this route. Hook or crook, I don't care if it's one stop or 20 stops. I'm getting $600. So listen, I'm gonna pay you $125 or $150. I know my route is in a certain radius. My route is 5 to 10 mile radius. I'm not. So I know what my margins are. I'm not running off a load board where, I don't know week to week what's going to pop up and what we're running, that I have to factor in the cost per every single mile. It's based on percentages when you're running final mile. The person saying, independent contractor, why can't the company dictate the ages? Why can the company dictate the age of your truck if you're an independent contractor? What do you mean, why can the company dictate? You mean the age of your truck or the age of your authority? If you're talking about the age of the truck, some companies don't want contractors that got really, really old trucks. They want something that's deemed more reliable. A person can have an older truck and really not take care of the truck that well. A person can have an older truck and take care of it extremely well. Some companies just require, usually the max out for the companies that do have an age requirement is about 15 years. Some companies don't care. They just want something that's deemed more reliable because they have an obligation to whoever the retailer is that they've signed a national contract with, and they want something maybe a little bit more reliable to ensure that your truck is going to be up and operational day in and day out. Real quick, Mark, God bless you and have a wonderful Thanksgiving. Just seeing you live and want to give you a positive vibe. Peace, peace, peace. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Zup Chuck, what up? Thumbtack direct booking lead. Thumbtack direct booking leads kills you. A typical lead is now charged 3 times more. I got a direct booking lead for $85, and the job was only worth $160. The margins are crazy. Yes, so that's what we was just talking about. Not something that I'm a fan of. I'm not in a position now where I kind of have to, figure that out. I don't know. I know why they're doing it. I can't really advise a person on other opportunities or other platforms to go to. The only thing that I can advise you is take a page out of the restaurants book. The same thing the restaurants had to do with Uber Eats, you have to do that with Thumbtack. If you charge $100 an hour, let's say for moving outside of Thumbtack, then you need to add 30%. If you're going to charge hourly, or whatever the percentage is, you need to gauge, okay, what are they charging on average? All right, what are they charging? Okay, so boom, if I'm paying this, look, okay, instead of charging 100 an hour, which I would charge normally outside of Thumbtack, I'm going to add 30% to every single thing. I'm charging $130 an hour now. So any person who books a move for Thumbtack, if it's a 2-man, it's plus 30%. If it's a 3-man, it's plus 30%. So 2-man, we charge $100 an hour. Normally, if a person books us on Thumbtack, then we need to change that 2-man rate to $130 an hour. And that way it's going to cover the cost of that higher instant booking. It should cover it tenfold because you're charging by the hour. So that you're charging an extra $30 an hour. So boom, if a typical 1-bedroom lead in normal times would cost you $12, depending on your market, let's say $12, $13, and now it's costing you $30, right? 1 hour is going to cover the cost of the lead. If the move goes 2-3 hours, you've actually profited off the fact of you doing that 30% upcharge. Now you made an extra $90. So that's what I would do. And if a customer says, hey, we noticed that, you charge, your price point is more on your Thumbtack than it is on your website. We went to your website. Well, you found us on Thumbtack. We had to pay for this lead. Thumbtack charges us X amount. So because of that, we have to incorporate that into the cost because, that's cutting into our margin. Listen, people are going to pay it. There's plenty of times I order steak 48 or whatever off of Uber Eats, and I know, listen, it's times where I may be coming from the gym and I might have a taste for something, and what I got a taste for is right around the corner, But if I did shoulders or something at the gym and I'm soaking wet and I just want to get home and I know I could just go on Uber Eats and do the pickup and run over there and pick it up, it's times where I'm just that lazy. I'm willing to pay a 30% upcharge plus the delivery cost when I'm right around the corner and I could literally just order it while I'm in the gym and it could be sitting there waiting. But I'm just so hurried to get home that I'm willing to pay a 30% upcharge plus the delivery cost for them to bring it to me. And I'm literally right around the corner. I'm guilty of it too. You know what I'm saying? So in a field where it's labor involved, that person gonna pay that 30%. They're definitely gonna pay a 30%. Just charge more. Charge more. Charge more. Specifically for the app. If you're on the Thumbtack app, your price point should be higher on the Thumbtack app than it would be anywhere else. That's it. That's the solution. That's the only solution. So when things change, you got to kind of transition and evolve with the changes. You can't really complain about it because here's the thing about Thumbtack: it's a necessary evil. Where else are you going to get put? Where else are you going to get put in front of a bunch of consumers that are looking specifically for whatever it is you do? Because it's compartmentalized, right? It's divided. Well, if they're looking for movers, they're going into the moving category. They're going to put in the zip code, and if you come up in that zip code, if your description and your profile is right, and you got a few jobs under your belt, and you got some good reviews, and you're up there, you're gonna come up. It's putting you in front of people who are looking specifically for what the service is that you provide. So it's a necessary evil. You're not out there looking for work. You're not out there trying to figure out how to market yourself. They've done all the marketing for you, and this is why they're charging you. So it is a necessary evil. You just have to figure out a way to evolve with it. Okay, y'all went up on me. I'm going up on the customers. Simple. Inflation. The cost of bread is up. Why? Because the labor cost. My cashier, I can't pay my cashier $10 an hour. My high school cashier that works here part-time, when she gets out of school at 3 and she works from 4 to 8 because the labor law says that I can't have a high school student work past 8 o'clock. So she comes in part-time and works from 4 to 8 p.m. That high school student that I could used to pay minimum wage, I can't pay that high school student minimum wage anymore. I have to pay that high school student what everybody else is getting paid. The high school kid is demanding they get paid $20 an hour. So now I'm paying a high school kid $80 to come in for 4 hours. So guess what? I got to go up on the price of the brick. Yeah, your bread gonna cost more money. Your eggs is gonna cost more money. Do y'all know in Chicago we have to pay for bags? So when you go to the grocery store and when they bag in your grocery, do you know that it's a tax on the bags? You got to pay 7 cents for each bag. Yeah, you go to the grocery store in the city of Chicago and you get a cart full of groceries. Each bag they bag your stuff, you got to pay 7 cents for it. So, you just got to go up. You got to go up. Ain't nothing you can do about it. Go up, go up, go up, go up, go up. I also got a request for furniture assembly, and I didn't have a chance to finish my profile. It's too far, 2.5 hour drive. So if you got a request for a 2.5 hour drive, then that means your profile isn't set up correctly. That means your distance, you don't have your distance set up the right way. You need to go into your profile and you need to uh, uh, set your uh, um, parameters up the correct way. You need to set your parameters up the correct way. So let's see. So when you go into travel areas, let's see. Travel areas. When you go into travel areas, you got two options. Right there. when you go into travel areas, you got a few options. Hold on, let me blow this up. All right, so you can set it right here by distance, or you can go individually and X out the markets that you don't want to do. You know what I'm saying? So by market, I got it set 50 miles out from home base, right? And actually, before we stopped, we weren't even going out this far. But you can either go in individually by like suburb and maybe certain parts of the city, and it'll let you know low competition. Obviously, the most competition is in the city, here. You know what I'm saying? Southwest in the city, low competition because a lot of these foreign guys and they don't want to go in the hood. So, or you could just set it up from a radius of 50 miles from wherever you station at, your home address, your office address. And then if you see right here it's green, because that's a suburb that I didn't want to send nobody to. Because it's rough right there. I wasn't sending nobody right here. You know what I'm saying? So you got to set it up. If you got something that's 2.5 hours away, that means you don't have your parameters set up. You need to select the distance of how far. Are you only willing to go out 25 miles, 10, 15 miles, 50 miles? You got to figure out how you want to set up your parameters. That's a good point on junk removal. I didn't think of that. I may get a separate cargo van for junk removal. Listen, if you're gonna do junk removal, I'm gonna keep it 1,000 with you. I ran a junk removal business for 1 year before my partner went crazy on me. Now I know everybody can't start at the top, and when I got started, I was already, had money because I did this in 2020. All right, so here is my. Let me see. So here's my pickup truck, the one I told y'all about earlier. My haters don't be trying to get my plates, because y'all know I ride with that you dig. So this is when I first got it. Me and my partner first got it. We got a brand new PJ. That's my Silverado I was telling y'all about earlier. You see how I'm sitting. Even my pickup truck sitting. And this was the first job. I went out and did this job myself. Hold on. Let me see something. And then here is me dumping that job off at the dump. So this was the first job I ever did. But and the reason why I say a cargo van is because you don't know what you're gonna get. This was just dirt because it had something dug out in their backyard and they just needed the dirt removed. Not every job is gonna be uh 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 furniture or something like that. You don't know what you're gonna get. I can show you another job we did. Let me give you a better view of the trailer. Yep. So this was a 7x14 with the high size, and then you can pull the net over it. Let me see. Where is? Ooh. Let me show you another job we did. Just so you can know how nasty some of this stuff can get. You think I'm tweaking. You want to put this stuff in your cargo van? Hold on. I'm going to show you some nasty shit. You want to see some nasty junk removal shit? I'm going to show you. You think I'm woofing. See, these cats out here, man, we don't even know if Mark ever did. He could be lying for all we know. We don't show nothing. Hold on, let me show you some nasty junk removal shit. One second, yo. 1 second. Give me a second. Hold on. I'm gonna show you some nasty junk removal. See if you want to put this in your van or your box truck. Give me a second. Hold on. What year? It was 2020. Give me 1 second, yo. 1 second. I gotta show you this. So just be patient. I'm gonna show you some nasty shit. Damn, I know I didn't delete that. Hold on. That had to be. Hold on 1 second. That was 20. Oh, I think I found it. No, hold on. Just be patient. Be patient. Wait a minute. Give me a second. I'm gonna show you some nasty shit. Uh, 1 second. Hold on. Be patient. Maybe I deleted those pictures because they were egregious. I'm talking about we went into this place. I went in there to do the estimate, and I'm talking about disgusting, bro. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I deleted them. Maybe the pictures were just I got tired of them being in my photo. Hold on, is this it? This might be it. Oh, here's one. This ain't the one that I was looking for, but here's an example. Now this was an attic clean out. This was a whole house clean out, and this was the attic. Hold on, let me see what else. Uh, uh, yeah, I must have deleted the. But man, it was just one building. Man, that shit was disgusting. I can't find it, man. I thought I had saved it. I did save them, but I might have deleted those pics. But yeah, man, you don't want to mix that stuff with in your truck, especially if you put clean stuff in your truck. You never know what type of infestation you might be introducing to your truck. That's why I say um, if you're going to do junk removal, in my opinion, and I can't tell you what to do, but from being in the business a year, you know, you can do the booking online and you can talk to the person. They can tell you what it is. But then when you get there, it may be that stuff, but it just may be egregious in there. It just may be disgusting. So it is what it is. I can't find the pics, but it is what it is. Right now. Cody Williams says if Thumbtack barely works, then nothing will work. End times, here's Jesus coming back. Nah. No. That's not true. That's why I said Thumbtack works. They just went up. So that means you go up. That's just what that is. Thumbtack went up, that means you go up. That's it and that's all. That's it and that's all. It's nothing more to it. There's nothing more to it. They went up, you go up. It's not the end of times. A consumer is going to be willing to pay, especially if it's something that, listen, any consumer can move themselves. Any consumer can go pick up their own furniture. The reason why they're looking to hire someone to do it is because they don't want to do it themselves. It's a labor-intensive job. So because it's a labor-intensive job, you charge a premium price point for it. If the service provider that you utilize to put you in front of consumers goes up, that means you go up. That's it. It's nothing. It's nothing really more to it. It's nothing really more to it. It's not rocket science. And guess what? You're going to be able to book the same jobs. You're just going to charge more money to the consumer. That's it, and that's all, man. That's it, and that's all. There's nothing more to it. It's nothing more to it. What's up, Mark? I'm late. What up, Bill Bob? I'm hitting the heart. Is that how to like the live? You can hit the heart, or you can just hit the thumbs up button, or you can hit both. What up? What up, Devontae? What up? What up? You keep getting notifications coming to CRST. I'm good. I thought work for them, and she said it was garbage. They did her wrong, I guess. Always give things a try for yourself. Your experience with a company may by your experience. Let me just cut this timer off because the timer never works for me. Your experience with a company may never be the same experience as the next person's experience. You may have a different experience than the other person had. You know what I'm saying? So you never want to base your opinion off a company based on someone else's experience. You know what I'm saying? It's people that have been in places. Listen, there was a guy that worked for me that when we was talking about the non-compete, and he went and ran for Dynamics and tried to take the contract from under me. But guess what? His experience and my experience was two different experiences. He was running off a per piece. I was running off a guarantee. So his experience and my experience was two different experiences. You know what I'm saying? I may run for a company and have a good experience because I have a good relationship with the people, and maybe the work isn't as tough for me as it may be for the next person. That my grind may be different. My hustle may be different than them. So, the way I look at the opportunity may not be the same way that they may be looking at the opportunity. So I can't base my opinion off a contract based on what I hear someone else is saying. So I would still go out and take a look at the opportunity and base your opinion based off you actually dealing with that contract on a first-hand basis. I'm still looking for them pictures, man. Is there a way to charge more for pickup and delivery option with the furniture assembly request on Thumbtack? Yeah, you start what you want. They charge you for a lead. Your price point that you charge the consumer is what you charge the consumer. That's what I'm saying. Just charge more. Here's the beautiful thing about Thumbtack. Once they pay for that first lead, they can always communicate with you through the messenger and the app, and they never have to pay for a lead again. Just tell them next time, just come straight back to the previous message. Most people have common enough sense to do that. Hey, you did a job for me last year. I was wondering if you can come back and do this for me this year. They'll just go back to the previous message. So once you buy that lead, it's like you're buying that customer for a lifetime. You know what I'm saying? So if you pay $30 for that $30 lead that you may have purchased that customer for, all right, that's what you call customer acquisition cost, right? It costs you $30 to acquire that customer. So you may pay $30 to acquire that customer, and the job may pay you $300. And then next year, this person may say, hey, we're moving. Now that $30 now paid you $300 gross last year. Now this year, that same $30 has just got you $1,000 gross. And then they may move the following year. That may be another $1,200. Then now you got your business off and running, your license, you got 2 or 3 moving trucks, you're running cross country. Hey, we're moving from Chicago to Houston, Texas. Now that same $30 done got you an $8,000 or a $10,000 job. So, it's once you acquire the customer, you go in there, you do a great job because that customer is going to come back to you. The thing with moving and doing more personal jobs like moving, in-home delivery, in-home assembly work, it's a personal job. What do you mean personal, Mark? You're coming into a person's private spaces. People aren't comfortable nowadays with strangers coming into their home, even if they are service providers. I'm not comfortable. It's weird people out there. Listen, anything that needs to happen at the OG crib, the dryer goes out and they got to come relight the pilot, or we got to call the service provider. They got to send somebody out to relight the pilot. The furnace goes out. The garbage disposal goes out. We gotta get a new garbage disposal. Anything that happens, the only thing I let my OG deal with as far as contractor is the lawn service people, Julio and them. You know why? Because Julio's gonna come cut the grass every week, and he gets paid at the first of the month. She puts the money in the mail slot. He doesn't even have to see her. But he's not even coming in the house. He can ring the doorbell and she could hand them the money in an envelope through the mail slot. But if it's somebody that's got to come into the crib and they might have to work in there for an hour or two, then I need to make sure I'm there. Now, if it's somebody that we've been dealing with for a period of time, let's say a specific contractor, like the contractor we deal with, Polish guy named Wally, I don't have to worry about Wally. Wally did a full gut rehab on my OG's crib over 10 years, about 10 years ago, right? And it took him 3 months. And I know I can trust him in there. I know I can trust his workers. But if it's some new guy that's coming in, then Mark need to be there. So it's a personal business. You got some guys that don't want you to come do small jobs, and they may have a housewife. The wife don't do nothing, but guess what? They work. So you know what? It's got to be after 5. I don't want nobody here with my wife and my newborn baby. So the point that I'm trying to make is, if you go into a person's home, you do a good job, they get a feel of your personality, they're going to want to keep that your number, and they're going to want to keep that relationship. Why? Because we don't want to introduce anyone new. We got someone who can provide 2 or 3 services for us. They came in, they did a good job, they were courteous, they took their shoes off, or they yes ma'am, no ma'am, yes sir, no sir. They had the correct tools. They didn't ask, do you got a hammer I can borrow? No ghetto shit like that. They didn't bring in a funny odor with them. They didn't look like they just woke up in a shelter and pulled up to a person's crib and say, I'm the guy you hired on Thumbtack. I'm here to assemble your baby crib. Oh, this guy's clean. He came in with a tool set. He pulled up in a nice van. He was very courteous, professional. He left a business card here. He was very articulate. He said he does moving, assembly, and pickup and delivery. Now keep him, because we don't want to have to worry. The worry we had prior to this person coming in, that worry is no longer here. We need to keep him around because we don't want to go through this any and every time we need some type of service in our house. We don't want to have to know who's coming into our home. You know what I mean? People I know from years of just being in the business on a personal level, that even still, Mark, please, we know you're retired. You got any? No. Well, can you come out? No. Mark, but please, Mark, I got a baby crib. I don't want anybody in my, my wife, she's home. I'm away on business. We need this set up. All right, man, it's going to be an egregious amount of money. Mark will come out for an egregious amount of money. But you have people that are that cautious and careful on who they introduce inside and bring into their home. So the point I'm trying to make, the long-winded answer is, come in, do a good job the first time, because then you might have acquired a customer for life for $30. So, what about auto part delivery for bigger trucks? I see small cargo. Mark, what about auto part delivery for bigger trucks? I see mainly small cars or cargo vans. I haven't seen anything for bigger trucks. A lot of those bigger auto part goes through companies like LKQ, because LKQs are everywhere. And when These places call LKQ has their own trucks and they come out to the places to deliver the stuff for them. Just got taken off the wait list for roadie. Now I'm trying to figure out the jobs and the revenue per mile. You know what's funny? I applied for Spark last year just to see what they had on there so I could give you guys the sauce. And when I signed up last year, they just sent me an email this morning saying that they accepted me on the platform. A year. I was on the wait list for a year. Great channel, King. I love the content. Very inspiring for me and my box truck owner operator journey. Appreciate you, man. Welcome to the channel, man. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Ron Brown, much love from Detroit. Rich Exotic says no shoes off. So yeah, no shoes off when you're doing moves or delivery, carrying something. But if you're doing a job off of Thumbtack and you just coming in to assemble a baby crib, or you coming in to assemble some chairs or something, you ain't gotta move anything, and you're not violating OSHA regulations. If you finna come in somebody's baby's room to assemble a baby crib, take your shoes off. Take your shoes off. But moving something, no. Now, if you know your feet funky and your socks is soiled and stuff like that, then you might want to kept that in mind prior to coming to the house. You see what I'm saying? So wash your feet. Make sure your feet is washed and your socks ain't funky. I remember I was on a job and we did the moving, but we told the customer, all right, we'll take our shoes off once we get everything moved. We'll take our shoes off to do the assembly stuff. Man, I had one of the workers, man, take his shoes off. Horrible. 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 So yeah, man, make sure your socks is. You dig what I'm saying? All right, man. It's been fun. I think I answered everybody's questions. Get those Crocs in sport mode. Is sport mode the little strap on the back? Is that what they call sport mode? The strap on the back? Made my first live. Appreciate all the knowledge and advice. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. What sport mode is that? When they put the little strap on the back? I ain't never had a pair of Crocs. I always thought them was for like doctors and nurses, but I see like thugs walking around with Crocs and shit. That's crazy. I see a lot of like a lot of thugs walking around with Crocs with the little buttons and shit on them. Yeah, I just don't understand Crocs, man. You got like, what happened if it rained? It got the little holes in the toe part. Now your feet finna be all wet. Your socks gonna be soggy and shit. William says keep doing these Q&As. Well, you know, I try to do one every so many weeks. You know, and I always try to do them at a time when you would not expect me to be on. You know, I actually thought about doing this one like at around 9 or 10 this morning, but I ended up getting caught up on some other stuff. So, had to tell Funky Feet to wear in the truck, man. It was during COVID, so I just pulled my mask up. I had my mask like kind of sitting right here, covering my mouth. That was one of them situations where I did this. And then when I pulled it up on my nose, you know, the metal thing in there, I pressed it down so it could be tight. And I just thugged it out. I pulled that thing up over my nose and I pressed the metal things down so they can grip right here. And I just thugged it. I thugged it. I got rid of the manual tool I was using. I went and had to get the drill bit for it so I could speed the process up a little quicker so I could get on up out of there so he could put his shoes on. You dig what I'm saying? Let me see. He said, "How about what happens when you have to run?" I gotta say, TTG, train to go. Yeah, that's another reason, man. When you never know when you might have to get up out one of them jams. Like I ain't out here starting no trouble, but it might be a situation where you might be wrong place at the wrong time, and you got had to get up one of them jams, and you know what I'm saying, them Crocs flopping around, and you gotta do the dash, and you got some Crocs on. That might not be the best shoe to be wearing, and depending on the market you in. You said wash bucket on standby. Yo, bro, hit them feet real quick, man. I hear you. Uh, I remember it was a job where I had a guy. He clearly went out drinking the night before, and he was sober at this point. He was sweating out the alcohol, but the alcohol, like the smell that was coming out of his pores, it was like not. It was like a funk mixed with. And this is a long time. This probably was over 10 years ago. I was on the job. This is back before I came off the truck when I was still building the company. Or maybe 2012, 2011. But we were on the job, and I'm telling you, man, this man was reeking, man. I was like, oh my God, I'm finna throw up. Like, it was just horrible, man. It was horrible, man. What do people be eating, man? Like what is in your system? Like I get it. I know the liquor is in that your body is trying to get rid of, but it's something else in your body too. Like horrible. Uh I got a mini cargo van like an MV200. Can I get good work with this? The only thing you can get with that MV200 on a dedicated side, as far as dealing with a 3PL, you can get small parcel stuff. You can get like small medical stuff. You can also do e-commerce stuff. So T-Force has an e-commerce lane where they deal with a lot of e-commerce, where they deal with retailers, right? So big box retailers, so delivering stuff that people order from their websites or directly from straight e-commerce retailers. So just to name a few, Zara, um, uh, StockX, American Eagle, so on and so forth. They deal with a lot of retailers in that aspect. So you might deliver a pair of jeans for Zara. You might deliver 2 pairs of Jordans for StockX, American Eagle, so on and so forth. You can do that in your MV200. That's on the more commercial, dedicated side. Now on the gig based side, pretty much any app. You can start from Amazon Flex, Spark, Roadie, GoShare, Curry. The list goes on. The list goes on. There's plenty of opportunities for you in your car there. So yeah, you may not be able to do like your office supply stuff because you just don't have the capacity, but e-commerce stuff, yeah, you could do e-commerce definitely with the NV200. Uh, the helper isn't always the best in the industry. We had a helper, feet so loud you could smell it through the boots. My pops gave him 40 below the next day. Wow. Yeah. How do you get Fanatics contract? You don't get Fanatics contract. That's on Roadie. That's on Roadie. Friday is going to be the big day for Roadie. Friday is going to be the big day for Roadie. Friday is going to be the big day for Fanatics. Fanatics was paying a lot of money last year. I know I've showed some screenshots of what Fanatics was paying in my market last year. So just sign up for Roadie. Hopefully they don't got you on a wait list. Uh, Sign up for Roadie, and that's how you deal with Fanatics. Uh, Says soak them feet. Vinegar fix any odor. Soak them boots in it. Yeah, some people gotta soak their feet. Some people need to go get a pedicure. They need to get their toenails clipped. They got fungus. They need to get all that dead skin, them cuticles, and all that stuff clean. That'll help that funky feet syndrome. I think a lot of people, need to treat themselves to a nice pedicure, especially if you're doing something like moving or furniture delivery where you're on your feet constantly every day, you're beating your feet up, you got to treat your feet. Treat your feet to a nice pedicure. If you're married, you're in a relationship, take your girl with you. Or when she goes and get her nails and feet done, go with her. You know, hey, I'm finna go they're gonna put your feet in that water. They're gonna tell you relax. You're gonna roll your pants up. You're gonna take your socks off. You're gonna put your feet that they're gonna put that plastic over that bowl. They're gonna run that warm water. You're gonna put your feet in that water. You know, Sung Yi. And I'm just being honest. I'm Sung Yi or whatever her name is wherever you go. She gonna she gonna take that big thing and she gonna get to scrubbing that mother. Scrubbing that feet, getting all that dead skin off. Getting all that dead skin. She's gonna bring that file out. Gonna start filing them toenails. Gonna bring that little clipper scissors thing. Start picking all that dead skin and them cuticles. You know, I'm gonna give you that massage and rub that stuff on your feet, clip them toenails, and your feet gonna feel like new feet. Then you gonna wonder the next day, you gonna do a full day of moving, a full day of final mile delivery, and you gonna be like, damn, my feet ain't sweated all day. You been smothering your feet. You got a lot of dead skin on your feet. You see how your feet ain't sweating no more? You see when you got done after that long day of work, you took your work boot off, you didn't have to frown your own nose up at your own feet. Now, when you frowning your own nose up at your own feet, you know you got a problem. You know you got a problem. It's time to go to see Sue Woon, or whatever the name of the place is in your market. You know, go down there and see her. She gonna take care of you. Tell her Mark sent you. Nah, I think a lot of people that do labor intensive work that's on their feet, they just need to get a pedicure. They just don't know they need to get a pedicure. That's it. The pedicure, after you get your feet pedicured, once they get all that dead skin and all that shit smothering your feet, you're gonna feel like new feet. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, treat your feet, man, because you never know doing this line of work, you may have to take your shoes off, and you don't want to, foul up someone's house because you you got the funky feet syndrome. You dig what I'm saying? So I'm a felon, right? Can my girl apply for them dedicated runs and she subbed them? Why does this keep popping up? She subbed them out for me. Nope. She can sign up and she can be the owner of the company, but guess what? If you gonna run, they still gonna do a background on you too. They do a background on the owner, operator, the company, right? The contractor, as well as the people that are servicing the contract day to day. So, if you're the owner and you got two people working for you, they're gonna background check you, the owner, and they're gonna background check the two people working for you. That's the way it goes. It's always been like that. It's always been like that. So, I mean, there's ways around it, but nowadays they're kind of really cracking down because you just got a lot of weird people out here that do just bad things and they can't control themselves as far as, not picking up things that don't belong to them, or back to the situation we talked about not too long ago, like people say foul things. You got women that may be a housewife and you coming to deliver a washer and dryer, and yeah, she may be pretty and things of that nature, but that may be somebody's wife. You're not there to flirt. You're not there to flirt. You got some people, it's been situations, and I'm not saying you, I'm just telling you why these things are in place. You got people tried to rape people on job, all type of shit, man. So the 3PL don't want to get sued, so they want to do a checks and balances, due diligence on who they are sending into people's homes. I've never had, out of all the years owning a moving company and final mile delivery company, I've never had not one single situation of thievery. Not one. There's been some claims, some scratch floors, some nick walls, some some flat screens that was damaged, typical stuff that you expect, but never no theft. I just don't tolerate it. You know, I don't. I've never hired thieves. You know, so I know I've told stories, and Rob kind of reiterated how I ran my company. It was kind of like death row, forcer and everything. Listen, we found out you stole something. You gotta go. Stack gonna come holler at you because that's a reflection on me. So Stack gonna let you know what it is for me. You know, so and I don't talk about that part of the business, but I'm in a different market. I'm dealing with different people, so the way I had to operate was different. You know, so people knew there was going to be repercussions, but ultimately I just didn't hire thieves. I made sure that, you know, if you had a background and anything was on your back, listen, I hire a person with an attempt, and I don't want to say the word because the algorithm, I don't want to trigger the algorithm, but an attempted, you know what. And I've had people work for me with attempted, you know what's that have done time before I hire a person who got retail theft. I will hire, and I have hired people with attempts, and I've not hired people who have something simple as a simple retail theft. Because if you did it once, you'll do it again. If you go into the right home and the right thing is laying around, person who got it in them are going to take it. You know, I understand the clientele. We didn't do hood moves. We did moves in the uppity part of town because that's where the money is at. So these type of people, they're not used to certain type of people coming, so they don't hide things and put things and hide things and forgot where they put them. They leave shit around. We been on moves. I was on a move back in the day where I flipped over a mattress to wrap the mattress, and it was $100 bills under the mattress. You know what, ma'am? I found this under, man. Oh, thank you for being honest. Here's $100. Had a guy on a move where he was about to wrap the dresser. The lady cleared out the dresser, but she had an envelope tucked in the back behind the drawer. It was like, you know how you could take the drawer out. So as you take the drawer out, and it did it if the drawer was too over full, the stuff wouldn't drop down to the drawer below it. It was an old school dresser where you take the drawer out, it had like a piece of press wood under it, so things wouldn't fall down to the bottom. And she had an envelope under the, when you take the drawer out, she had an envelope setting right there. And you put the drawer back in. I don't know why he took the drawers out, right? Because he could have just wrapped it with the drawers in, but for some strange reason, he took the drawers out, or maybe when he flipped it, if I don't remember that part of the story, but it was an envelope full of money. Turned it in. You know, so you never know what you're gonna find. It's been jobs I've been on. It was a job that I was on when I got back on the truck during the pandemic. 2 jobs that I was on where I found a gun. The dude cleaned out the whole drawer, the chest, and the only thing that was in the top, I moved the thing back. I hear something moving around. Open the drawer, as a gun, a 9mm. Excuse me, sir. Oh my God! It was another job I did where I was taking the stuff out of the closet, taking the clothes out of the closet to put them in the wardrobe boxes, and it was a gun in the closet. Excuse me, sir. You want to come grab this? Oh, I'm sorry. But to a person who is a thief, they're gonna take that gun. You know, so you know, and Ming Lee is going to talk about you in Vietnamese. Yeah, they talk about you in there, especially if your feet messed up. Feet smell like spoiled chillings. How's the market for cargo van in Midwest when that snow hit? Is it slow or is it more loads? Because it's more loads. So a lot of the stuff, when it gets really, really cold here, or when it gets, we haven't had a blizzard since 2015. Get higher demand. Supply is low, higher demand. So if you have a vehicle that's capable of getting out here and getting that money, you're gonna make an egregious amount of money. You know, so people that live here, you know, they ain't gonna let nothing stop them. You see those Uber drivers out with the Toyota Priuses and shit like that. When it snow, I don't know why they do it, but you see them still be out here slipping and sliding up and down the street. I saw some goofball dude last year. You know, this when I pull out the big 4x4. I'm putting out the 4x4. I don't care. It's an inch of snow on the ground. I'm flying through it. I'm still going 60, 65 miles an hour. I just put my shit in 4 high and I'm hitting it. But you got the guy down here in the track hawk and he's sliding sideways all the way down the street because he got rear wheel. The point that I'm trying to make is when there's opportunity here, people are still going to come out here. In order for it to stop people from trying to make money here, it's got to be like a blizzard or we got to be going through a polar vortex. And even still, you're going to have people trying to make it. But demand will be up, right? Because more people are staying in the house and you got less supply of people that are going out willing to take the risk. You got people's cars and trucks not starting, so on and so forth. So is it slower? Is it more loads? So it's more loads. Because when we have a polar vortex, no one goes to work. So they order groceries, they order things for delivery. So the demand is actually higher and the supply is lower because people's trucks ain't starting. People like, oh, it's too cold or it's too much snow. We're going to get stuck. This, that, and the third. So, yeah. Yep. So you got to be a different animal to come up north. When the colder it is and the more snow it is, the more opportunity and the more money it is. You know, that's why those down south truckers don't like coming up north when it gets around this time, December, January, February. They don't want to come this way. Even though it's paying really well, they just not used to it. They don't know how to drive. You know what the secret is to driving in the snow? I'm gonna give y'all some gems right here before I go. For all y'all people from the south and from the southeast, don't be scared to come up here when it snows. Do y'all want to know? Let me know if you want the secret sauce. Put a 1 in the chat if you from down south or southeast and you want to know the secret sauce to driving in the snow so you can come up here and get you some of that money. Put a 1 in the chat if you want to know. And I'm going to tell you what to do. I'm going to tell you what to do. I'm going to tell you what to do. I'm going to give you the secret sauce from a northerner, a lifelong northerner who survived plenty blizzards. All right, I see enough ones. All right, so the secret to driving in the snow in your truck, in your cargo van, your car, if you're not from up north and you want to take advantage of the money-making opportunities in the wintertime in the northern region, this is the secret sauce to getting through the snow. Slow down. That's it. Slow your ass down. That's the secret. If you know you in a box truck or a cargo van and you only got rear wheel drive, you need to slow down. It might be all the way down to 10 miles an hour, 5 miles an hour. It's going to take you longer to get there, but guess what? You're going to get there. It's always the retard when it snows that's in a box truck. It never fails. This year when it snows or we have a blizzard or big snow, I'm going to go live. I'm going to go out on the highway since I got a vehicle that I can get through anything. I'm going to show you how many box trucks be flipped over or when they entering on to the expressway, when they exiting off the expressway, and let's say it's an entrance where it's like a winding entrance or a winding exit, they always get caught on that wind, right? Because once they turn that wheel and they ain't slow their ass down, as soon as they turn that wheel to start exiting or getting on, that's it. Next thing you know, they in the ditch sideways because they ain't slow their ass down. Because they don't know no better, because they live in the South and they didn't get hit with this snow for the first time. They think they're in a truck and they got a load. It's going to be heavy enough. No. Yeah, you tweaking. Slow your ass down. About 5 miles an hour, 10 miles an hour. That's it. Nah, Pippi said that. See, she from Texas. No, it ain't no don't do it. If you look at some of the rates when it's snowing, when it's a polar vortex, you'll look at some of the stuff. You might see something where it might be one little small job, and in typical times, it might take a person a week to make that. And this one little simple job, I swear to God, I'm not exaggerating, I'm not lying. Slow down. That's it. I've been in plenty I was coming from DC, and we was coming through Indiana. We was on the Skyway, the tollway. 90. And we coming through not Michigan, we was coming through Indiana. And we hit like a real bad snowstorm. We was out there in the middle of nowhere. Like, they wasn't plowing the street, the 90 out that far. We was in the middle of nowhere. Man, I had to slow my ass down. Was I a little nervous? Yeah, but I had to break it all the way down to about 5. I had to break it all the way down to about 5-10 miles. I had to drive very, very slow till we got out of that blizzard or whatever the hell it was that we was in. That's it. Slow down, slow down. That's it. The cause for a lot of people ending up in ditches, getting into accidents, they don't slow down and they got bad tires. Make sure you got good tires and slow down. That's it. That's the trick. That's the trick. So I wouldn't be able to do anything with this MV as far as those dedicated jobs. I just told you the only dedicated job you're going to do in the MV200 is e-commerce. The only thing you're going to be able to fit in there is small parcels. E-commerce. So there is an opportunity. What should I do? You could do e-commerce. If that's what you have to work with, then you have to make the best of what you have so you can get to a point where you can jump out of that and get into something else. And I'm being honest with you. Not everyone has the financial the startup capital to start with something bigger. I started with a pickup truck. All right. You got to make what you have, you got to make it work. Start with the e-commerce stuff. Work your way from there. I talked about it last night. I talked about it a little bit last week. Delayed gratification. You know, you're starting with a smaller vehicle with a smaller capacity, right? Which means you're going to be making less money in comparison to a person with a full-size cargo van or a box truck, right? So you have to take that money that you're making, delay your gratification on a personal side so you can continue to reinvest money back into that, find other opportunities. Do your dedicated daily route with T-Force doing StockX deliveries, right? Zara deliveries, all the e-commerce stuff. Then boom, hit Amazon Flex, hit Roadie, hit Curry, hit GoShare. Go pick up a toilet from someone from Costco that ordered it on Go, and GoShare is covering the run for it. Go take that toilet and drop it off. Somebody on Roadie probably ordered whatever, I don't know, a door, a small door. Put the door in the back of the MV200 and go deliver it. Somebody might have ordered 5 or 6 cans of paint from Sherwin-Williams. You got it off the Curry app. Go pick the stuff up and deliver it. Tesla might need 2 tires picked up from Pep Boys. Go pick them up off the app, from the app, and deliver them to the Tesla service facility off the GoShare app. Tesla works with GoShare. Go pick the tires up and go deliver them to the Tesla dealership. You got a piece of equipment. You can actually put a TV in the back of it. So yeah, there's opportunity. You just gotta hustle. You gotta hustle. Hustle, make the money, trade out of it, trade up to something like a Ford Transit. That's it. Is the referral link? Yep, it's still available. Some people can't help but to steal something that they don't feel comfortable with. They don't steal something. Some people are just going to steal. So I've never hired thieves. If I run your background, attempt murder, I said the word. God damn it. I don't care about that. Thieving is always something I look for, because the last thing, I look at it from a point of view where if you thief, if you steal from a customer, it's not going to reflect you. It's going to reflect me, because they're going to run the Yelp and they're going to write the review on the company. So I wasn't the one who stole your iPhone or your iPad, but it's going to reflect the company because these are the people that you employ. You know what I'm saying? So when you're dealing with a personal business, where you're going in a personal space, you got to make sure you're going to hire somebody or hire people that don't have thieving on their background. It's TQL, third party logistics company. TQL is a brokerage. TQL is a brokerage. When I calculate my CPM, do I have to include food? Come on, man. Come on. You see some of the stuff that I got to deal with? Man, that guy wanted to argue me down. Well, see, you from Jersey, you from up north, so driving in the snow to you is nothing. Christina, you from Detroit? Okay, so you know what it's like. Everybody's saying facts. Yeah, slow down, slow down. See, there's always somebody from Texas or down south that don't want to deal with it. The amount of food speeding past me. Listen, if you got the equipment that you can drive normally, if you got a pickup truck and not a 2-wheel drive pickup truck, if you got to pick and check this out too. If you got an all-wheel drive vehicle, just because you got all wheels working, don't mean you can drive normally. If you don't have a truck, like a pickup truck, or let's say a larger SUV where you can set it 4 high, 4 low, auto, things of that nature, where you can lift that back, like it ain't for you. It ain't for you. All-wheel drive don't mean shit. It just means you got all 4 wheels working. In some terrain, that's better. But if it's a situation where it's like a blizzard, I hate when people are like, oh, well, I got all-wheel drive. Well, I'll be up. Man, you know how many people I've seen with all-wheel drive get stuck in the snow? You could have all-wheel drive in a Toyota Highlander. You ain't got the trans of the engine to be able to push through it. Just because the wheels working don't mean you got the strength and the power and the torque to get up out of that jam. You can't pull nobody out the snow. See me, I'm gonna go switch cars that day. I'm gonna hop in that big 4x4, and I'm the guy that's gonna come pull you out of the snow. Cause I'm gonna throw that bitch in 4 low. I'm gonna throw it in 4 low, and I'm gonna drive through that 2 feet of snow, and I'm gonna come hook that chain up, and I'm gonna be the one to pull you out. So yeah, you gotta know the equipment that you got. You gotta know the equipment that you got. And what you can and can't drive in. All-wheel drive doesn't mean you're going to be able to maneuver in certain situations like other vehicles that are built for different types of driving terrain. So people do need to slow down when it snows. You said you a snail in the snow, you don't mess around. You said don't panic when you slide a little because you will overcorrect. Well, if they got the damn, what's the shit called when you slide a little bit and it picks you up? I usually turn it off. So in the snow, I usually turn it off. Damn, what's that shit called? I forget. It'll come to me. Pippi said the secret is don't do it. Nah, you live in Texas, Pippi, so you don't have to do it. You ain't got up here, you ain't got no choice. But I guarantee you, listen, if I was an OTR box trucker and I saw that the money was in the middle. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. Minneapolis, Minnesota, no. The northern part of Wisconsin, if I was a middle mile box trucker from the south, I would do like the Chicagoland around this area, going down on 55, going south on 57. But when you going north up on 94, right, and you get up towards Green Bay, once you pass Milwaukee, you get up towards Green Bay, you start going around over into Minneapolis, that's different. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Minneapolis is 2-3 feet of snow. That's different. That's on different. The north part of upper Wisconsin, they don't have the resources. If you in the Chicagoland area and you out in some of them further suburbs, 30, 40, 50 miles out, and you on the interstate highway, the road's going to be plowed. Now, once you get down on 55 into some of them smaller towns, then But if you're in the Chicagoland area, Northwest Indiana area, you straight. You straight. Traction. That's it, DZ. Yeah. Turn that traction off. So I turn the traction off. So if I'm in my pickup, I have to turn the traction off. If I'm like finna go, like I had homies that, park outside and they get stuck in the snow and they call me like, man, come pull me out. Then I throw the traction off, throw it in full low, hook the chain up, and pull them out. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, traction. That's what it's called. But I learned my lesson too back in the day when it snowed. I've had trucks stuck in the snow doing deliveries. And it's cost me a lot of money. So you got to kind of know how to maneuver around the snow. Don't go in any alleys. Stay on the main streets or the side streets that are plowed. If you got to block the whole street to do the delivery, just let them blow. Let them blow. Let them blow. Let them blow. What can they do? They can't go around you. Let them blow. The FedEx guy does it. The UPS guy does it. The Amazon guy does it on certain blocks. If there's nowhere to pull over, nowhere to park, or if it's an empty parking spot on a one-way street, but we got 2 feet of snow overnight and no one came and dug that parking spot out, you pull in that parking spot, you're not getting out unless you're in a pickup. You know what I'm saying? Or in a big SUV where you can go full high, full low, like an Escalade or an Expedition or something like that, or Yukon, Denali or something like that. But if you in a, like, I wouldn't even take I wouldn't even put any all-wheel drive. I wouldn't even put an all-wheel drive vehicle in that situation, let alone a rear-wheel drive truck. You just got to leave that bitch in the middle of the street and do your delivery and block the traffic and let people throw you a middle finger and curse you out. And you got to gorilla it. We call that a gorilla move. I've been from Louisiana. I've been driving. I've been in Ohio for years. Good snow driving advice. LOL. Yeah, just slow down. That's it. Semi is worse. You hit them brakes and you still going at constant speed, but you're trying to stop. You got to slow down. In a semi, I think it's probably best. I know some semi drivers, they from up here, they just slow down. They break it all the way down. The good thing about up in this market, it's flat. We don't have any mountains or things like that. Now, going through mountains and shit like that, I don't know. But here it's flat, so slow down. Christina said you miss out on easy money. See, Christina, you from Detroit, I'm from Chicago. We look at it as easy because we know how to maneuver. But I'm telling you, since I've been doing YouTube and I talk to a lot of people from the South and the Southeast, they don't fool with the snow. They don't fool with it. 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 You say you're not doing West Virginia. West Virginia, that's one of the states when you drive through, it's just, man, going through West Virginia, trying to hit North Carolina. West Virginia is a state that I hate driving through. But I get why you're saying that. I don't like driving through West Virginia either. You drove a box truck through New Hampshire. Man, I was driving slow. As hell, people behind me kept blowing their horn. Hey. ZA says Rody don't pay enough. I disagree. Do I need to show the screenshots? Oh, man, I can't wait for this Friday. Rody pays exceptionally well in my market. I always take a look at Rody just to see what they have available so I can share the information with you. But it all depends on market. Just like anything else, market dependent. So I have to disagree with you on that. I don't know what market you're in. You said, got to watch those power lines. The snow adds weight. Right. So when it snows, that snow sitting on the power lines, then it turns into ice and the power lines drop. Correct. West Virginia is easy. Drove through Cumberland, Maryland, and a blizzard twice with a 300 Chrysler. Just slow down. Just slow down. I-80 is no punk neither when it snows. I-80. Damn, have I driven I-80 in the snow? I don't think I've driven I-80 in the snow. Yes, I have. Yes, I have. But I wasn't far out. I was like in coming from the outlet in Michigan City like a few years ago. And I seen some shit turned over then. I was coming through Gary. I seen some stuff flipped over. Uh, I just started a moving company in Georgia instead of fighting. Smart. I'm assuming you mean fighting in OTR trucking and final mile. Yeah, I think moving is a good way to go as long as you're going to be able to keep people, and you don't mind doing the work. You know, the margins are great, obviously, because it's a hard, labor intensive job. So you can charge a premium rate. Um, I can tell you there have been my final mile company would have failed on two different occasions if I didn't have my moving company there to bail it out. 2017 and 2015. It was just too. 2017 was just rough. I talked about it last year because of me starting the cross docking and really not understanding, learning cross docking and not being paid every week or every other week. It was just crazy. You know what I'm saying? So the moving company was able to float me during that period of time, and then when the winter came and moving slowed down, it really got tough. But um, I survived. 2015 was another time. Moving is just it's you can charge a premium. Like as long as you do a good job and you keep people, you cannot lose. You cannot lose. You cannot lose. And especially during prime moving season, April through September, it's just like landscaping. You make so much money, you can sit out the other 6 months. And I mean that, you know what I'm saying? So as long as you have a good business plan, good marketing strategy, you come in, you do good business, that word of mouth is going to spread. Then once you go from local to long distance, that's when you really start seeing the money. So congratulations, man. Had my first breakdown today in Springfield. Is what it is. Got back rolling like 2 hours. Okay, glad you're safe. I'm saying for me being a felon, the MV 200 is all I got. But you saying that apps or e-commerce ain't messing with felons, right? Um, Most third party logistics companies nowadays, no. Apps, I think some apps will mess with you if you're a felon. I can't really attest to it. I think what you need to do is apply to all of them. Some of them do background, some of them don't. Some of them do background, some of them don't. The best way to find out is apply. I don't know what your background. I don't know what your background is. All right. So depending on what your background is going to depend on the ones that do a background check if they're going to accept you or not. And then on another note is how old is your background? Like when did these things occur? So uh, now I hate to do this, man, because I really want people to run the right way. Well, you know what? For these apps, you can't even do that play because they verify you at the retailer at the store. So I can't even give you that play. What I would do is I would download all the apps, and apply. And before you apply, see if you can research if they do a background. And even if they do a background, apply. It doesn't hurt to apply. Either they're going to accept you or deny you. That's it. You got to try. Either they're going to accept you or deny you. Now, the other play is Thumbtack. Sign up for Thumbtack. Now you're your own boss. Thumbtack is just a lead generator. They don't care if you're a felon or not. So deal directly with the consumers without a person in the middle. Thumbtack ain't in the middle of your business. They're just putting you in front of a customer and they're charging you for it. That's it. So cut out the middleman. If all else fails, you apply with everyone and no one accepts you because of your background, sign up with Thumbtack, pay for the leads, create you a dope profile, and deal directly with the consumer. Learn how to mount TVs. Listen, you got to do what you got to do. A lot of people have obstacles in front of them. You got more obstacles in front of you because you're a felon, right? But you can't let your mistakes in the past prevent you from progressing now. All right. What's done is done. You just got to work a little bit harder, right? Man, learn how to mount TVs. Whatever Thumbtack has to offer that you feel like you can do on your own, you need to have it turned on. Learn how to mount TVs. You got an NV200. Not only can you mount the TV, listen, Black Friday, Costco got the 86-inch LG on sale for $8.99. Best Buy got the 85-inch Samsung on sale for $8.99. I'll pick the TV up, I'll deliver it, and I'll mount it for you. 200 all in, 250 all in, whatever. Learn how to mount TVs. You can do the delivery. You got an NV. You can do small deliveries. Oh, I need a crib picked up from Bye Bye Baby. All right, $100 flat. I need this picked up from IKEA, $100 flat. You know, can you assemble it too? Yeah, it'll be an extra $75 for the assembly. Now you done turned the $100 pickup and delivery to $175. So you need to create a profile, and you need to cut on every and anything on that app where you can do with your NV200, and also you can utilize, hopefully you're mechanically inclined, that you can do upsells on some of the stuff that you pick up and deliver, that you can upsell and do the assembly if need be as well. And then from there, once you get good at that, okay, boom. I want to go up. I want to start a small moving company. You go get you a 16-foot box truck. You start with one bed, studios and one bedrooms. You're not dealing with a middleman that's your background is holding you back. You're dealing directly with the consumer. And now, since you started small, you have a rapport with people. Boom. I've done a couple pickups for this person. I've done a couple pickups for this person. I got a network of consumers in my Thumbtack app, and some of them call me for small jobs here and there. Now I can sell them. Look, I also got a 16-foot box truck. So if you need larger moves done, or if you're moving your one-bedroom apartment, or I heard you mention the last time you're sending your daughter, this is, she's going away to Howard next year. How are you going to get the items there? I got a 16-foot box truck, or I got a cargo van, or whatever it is. Well, I could probably not a 16-foot box truck. You don't want to do that. You know what I'm saying? But if you got a cargo van, let's say like a 2500 high roof extended, a dorm, you can fit a dorm worth of stuff. The mother goes to IKEA, he gets a pallet mattress, or the little the 3-drawer plastic drawer, 2 or 3 of those, a few other things that you buy for a college kid going off to college in a dorm. You throw all that stuff in the van, you drive it from wherever you come to DC to Howard. You could do that by yourself. You unload the stuff, you charge the person $2,500. But you got that rapport already with them. So basically what I'm saying to you is, you can't let what you did in the past hold you back. Like I can't, because I was able to start with a pickup truck on Craigslist. You could do the same thing now. Craigslist ain't the same. It's more sketchy now, but there's still a consumer, right, that shops Craigslist. We know what type of consumer that is. It's a consumer that obviously doesn't want to spend the money hiring a more professional, accomplished company, right? Or a person who may be looking for someone on Thumbtack, right? Because the person on Thumbtack is paying for the lead, so their price point is going to be a little bit higher. There are consumers that proactively shop for service providers on Craigslist because they know what they're getting, but they know that what I need done as a consumer, I don't care if I'm getting the new guy on the block. I don't have the money to pay the guy on Thumbtack. I don't have the money to pay the guy who's paying for Google ads. He's paying $21 a click. And that's a fact. I need the guy that's going to go to IKEA, pick this bed frame up for me, and drive it 40 miles for $100. Because that's all I got. So even if you got to start from that aspect because you have a vehicle that's not costing you a lot to operate, you got to do it. And that's a fact. I can't, you got to do what you got to do. So it's opportunity. You just have to create your opportunity. You don't need, and this is for anybody, you don't need a third party. You can build out your own business directly. You can build out your own business directly. It may be a little bit more hard work. You may spend more time dealing, marketing on social media and things of that nature, but it's possible. So I think I just answered this for what the next move would be. Uh 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 D Jenkins said, I got a Jeep Wrangler, you need 4 high and 4 low. Exactly what I was saying. If you ain't got 4 high and 4 low, you can't change, then don't try to pull no tricks out here in these streets with the snow. Driving in snow is the same as driving in heavy rain. Slow your ass down. Exactly. Traction control, snow ain't scary, but ice is different. Let's see. Driving West Virginia. He said, y'all different up north. Had a Chicago friend come visit during the winter. We had snow everywhere, 30 degrees. My friend took his coat off and said it was nice out. 30 degrees ain't nothing. It's a funny story. So I was telling y'all about the migrants, right? How we've been getting migrants. The Texas governor, y'all governor down there. What's his name? Pippi, Governor Christie or whatever his name is. He be like, all right, Biden want to keep these borders open. We gonna send it to all the sanctuary cities. Y'all want them, y'all got them. So we was getting 25 buses of migrants a day. 25 buses a day. So the way they doing it at the border, what I find out because I've been researching is once they come over the border, they ask a migrant, where you want to go? New York, Philly, Chicago, Denver, LA, sanctuary cities. I want to go to Philly, New York, Cali, Chicago, right? Boom. It ain't got cold. It's about 43 today, but Halloween, we was getting 25 buses a day. A lot of them that was crossing the border, they was getting 10,000 or whatever. It's in the 5-figure thousands that's crossing the border every day. Halloween, we had a little snow and it dipped down to about 37 degrees. Now, mind you, these migrants, they're not housing them. They sleeping at the police station, in front of the police station in tents. So they sleeping on the concrete. They coming from South America. So that 36 and that snow hit their ass. They got cell phones. I don't understand how they got cell phones. They done made them calls back to the border. They done told them people crossing the border, Chicago ain't it. They say Chicago ain't it. We chose wrong. Don't come to Chicago. It's different up here. The mayor is not putting us in hotels like they doing in New York. What's his name? Eric Adams in New York, putting them in hotels. He putting them at the Royal Inn suites, paying an egregious amount of money. They not doing that in Chicago. They got us sleeping on the concrete. Don't come to Chicago. We went from 25 buses a day to 2 buses a day. Like that. Problem solved here. The translator that's working with the migrants, she was on the news. Man, let me see if I can play it. I want to play that. She said, man, I told him this ain't nothing. This ain't nothing. Oh, it's gonna get worse than this. It's gonna get worse than this? Yeah, this ain't nothing. What you thought? Hold on. Let me see. Oh, here you go. Hold on, let me play this.
Growth and profitability is
so many of these sanctuary cities now unable to keep up. In Chicago, for example, a group of people who came out of Venezuela, all the way from Venezuela with hopes of a better life. They've been living on the streets. They say, we're going back home. One of them declaring the American dream doesn't exist. Chicago Alderman Raymond Lopez with me now. Sir, how you doing? Good morning. I saw this story. I said, this is wacky.
Wait, is this the one? This ain't the local.
How many people are we talking about?
Chicago has seen 20,000 migrants appear on our streets since August of last year. We've got nearly 3,000 living in police stations, 800 living at O'Hare Airport, and thousands more just floating around in between shelter to shelter. And I'm sorry that they don't like our weather. I'm sorry that they feel that we're not doing enough to give them jobs, housing, vehicles, cars, food, shelter, clothing, and everything else that they were promised by social media. But the system works if you do it the right way. And declaring asylum because you need a job isn't the right way. And they're learning that reality the hard way now.
Well, the truth is, our law does not offer asylum if the question is economic. You know,
this ain't the one. This ain't the one that I was wanted to play. It was another local one where it was a let me see, is this one?
Brutal Chicago winter to come.
WGN's Julian Cruz live in Lakeview with more on the city's plans to get them out of the cold. Julian.
Yeah, man, it's getting rough out here, man. It's getting rough out here. It's getting rough out here. Yep. Let's see. What we let? Stay off your brakes. With me being found in the actual contract, probably hired me. If you had to be on the road in the snow, would you drive a box truck or car? If you had to be on the road in the snow, would you drive a box truck or a cargo van? Me personally, if I didn't have no choice, yeah. If I didn't have a choice, whatever the scenario would be, I got a family to support, it's my job, yeah, I would. Because I've done it. I went to Michigan to move someone to Michigan in February and got, not this February, maybe 5-6 years ago, and got hit in a storm coming out of Michigan back into Indiana. It's happened. I got caught coming from DC on a long distance move in 2019 or 2018. Coming through Ohio. I was coming through Ohio, coming through Michigan. Listen, if the money is paying, especially on a long distance move, you're talking about thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands. Listen to me. I want you to hear me and hear me clear. If it's worth it for me, I'm going to go get it. If one of my NBA clients or one of my NFL clients called, Mark, I know you retired, but we hired this company and they stole my Rolex. I got traded again. We need you to come oversee this move. How much you going to charge? I say my number. They say they're going to pay. I'm coming out of retirement for that move. I'm going to go get it. I'm not going to let snow. I'm not going to let rain. Listen, I'm not going to let snow and rain. I'm not going to let sleet. I'm not going to let anything stop me from going to get some money, especially if it's my number, because I know what I'm up against. So if I set a number because I know what I'm up against and they agree to give me that number, I'm going to go get it. Man, Mar, I just need you to move my sneakers from here to there, from Chicago to Philly. I'll give you 10 grand. That's it? Just sneakers? Look at the weather. Okay, I got to go to Philly, so I got to go down. I got to take the Skyway. I got to take the toll road. Damn, it's snowing. It's snowing in Ohio. They talking about a foot of snow. Oh well, I'm going to go get it. I'm getting that 10 grand. Oh, I'm getting it. Some sneakers too? I'm doing that by myself. I'm going to go get it. I don't going to let no snow stop me. What you talking about? I'm going to go get it. She. Thumbtack doing background checks now? See, I've been on Thumbtack since 2015. I'll be running Midwest. All right, so might pass you. CST might pass you. Appreciate the good ideas. It's all good. What up? When you say mounting the TV on the wall, is that including electrical inside the wall? You don't have to include that. So they won't show you to people who are requesting that. So when you go to, man, see, this live stream going longer than what I expected. Let's see. All right, so let me share my screen. All right, so when you set up for mounting the TVs, can you work with customers who want to conceal cables or wires? If you can't do it, then you're not going to check yes. So it's not going to show you to the customers who want their wires concealed. So you're not going to pay for that lead. It's only going to show you to, now, granted, it's going to show you to less people, right? But it's only going to show you to the people who don't want that service provided. If you can't provide that service, you don't know how to provide that service, you can't do it, then you don't check yes. Which mount types can you work with? Flat, tip, swivel, articulating, as recommended by the professional. Can you work with the customer who needs a mount, or a stand? Which wall materials? All right. So me, I live in a loft. All right. This used to be a warehouse. So when I got my TVs mounted 10 years ago, the person who actually Rob mounted my TVs, he quickly realized from testing the wall that it wasn't wood studs behind the wall, behind the drywall. It was metal or steel, right? So he had to go to Home Depot and get the right type of screws that can go through the metal or the steel. This is something that you need to know. So if you know that if you come into a situation where you know you don't have the right equipment to handle, let's say if you was coming here to mount a TV for me where you don't have the bit or the screws or whatever to drill through the steel or the metal, whatever is behind the drywall, then maybe I can't take that. So you might want to just stick with drywall. Same thing with brick. You got the drill bit, the impact drill, because a driver drill ain't going to get it. You need to know the difference between your drills. You need to know what a driver drill is. You need to know what an impact drill is. You're going to need an impact drill to get through that brick or that concrete. You're going to need the right drill bits. So if you're going to do something like this, you need to have a tool, not no tool kit. You need to have a tool set, like a real tool set. Not like one of them tool sets you go to Walmart and during the holiday season, they got it in the middle of the aisle on a pallet and says, stocking stuff for 52-piece tool set where you got the little cheap hammer, the little 10-piece ratchet set with the ratchet and the Allen keys, the Allen key set. No, that's not going to cut it. That's not going to cut it, fam. You need a real set that you have to build. You need a driver drill. Why do you need a driver and an impact drill? Because an impact drill may be too powerful if you're putting together a baby crib, especially if it's not real wood, if it's like pressed wood. So you want to do something less powerful with like a driver drill. You need an impact drill when you're dealing with something like where you got to push through some brick or some concrete, because you might have to mount a TV on a brick wall. All right. So you set your own parameters. And yes, Axel, I'm still alive. Now, you ain't drive across no Utah. Stop hating. Stop hating. Stop hating. Stop hating because you can't do this. See, Axel, let me get on you. I drove across, see you driving. I'm not driving. I'm chilling. That's the difference. That's the difference. So which TV installation locations can you work with? Can you hang it over a fireplace? Can you hang it on a recessed wall? You might have a shoulder operation. Can you lift a 75, 86-inch, 85-inch TV? You might want to stick with 55 and lower. So you're going to set it. You're going to set the parameters of what you can deal with. So if you're not capable of hiding the electric, then no, you don't turn that on. Shout out to Dizzy for the super chat. Let me hit the anybody ever tell you look like Bankroll Flesh and Clifton Powell? No, for neither. I definitely don't look like Clifton Powell. I definitely don't look like Bankroll. Now I could tell you Bankroll, that's probably out of all the ATL rappers, Bankroll Fresh is probably one of my favorite ones. I hate the fact that he got killed. In 2015, late 2014, all through 2015, all I was bumping was Bankroll. All I was bumping was Bankroll. So I hate that happened to him. Bankroll, I was just bumping Bankroll about a month ago. I remember I did a job. It was one of the DC jobs I did. We moved someone to DC and we had to move coming back from DC. So it was a round trip. The whole way there, whole way back, I bumped Bankroll. Bankroll. I don't look like him though. I gotta hit the tweaking button for you on
You
that
tweaking.
one. You tweaking. I don't look like no Bankroll. Let me pull up a picture of Bankroll. Bankroll Fresh. Bankroll. Doom 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 doom. I don't see it, buddy. I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see it. Clifton Powell. I know I don't look like Clifton Powell. Come on now, man. Come on now, man. Hey, man. Say, man. Nah, man. You tweaking. You tweaking, bro. I don't look like either one of them. Shout out to them, though. I don't look like them. Now, I'll tell you what I used to get in my younger days, like in 99, 2000, I used to always get Ja Rule. I used to get Ja Rule a lot, like around 99, 2000. I used to get Ja Rule. Thank you for taking the time out to consistently give us this info. It's all good, no problem. You said Greg Abbott, a.k.a. Bomb Abbott. 43 is not cold. Told you, y'all different. 43 is not cold. It's 43 now. The only thing I wore today was a jogging suit. A Nike Tech jogging suit. No coat. Shout out to QB in the building. If you still here, shout out to QB. Long time no hear, no see. I hope trucking is going good for you. How much would you pay for a 2015 Freightliner 220? 25K say that. How would you move 2015 from Ryder? How much are they charging for it? That's the question. How much do they got it charged for? And then I'll let you know if I would go for it or not. Kevin Burke said you're a monster. Appreciate it. Hustle hard, go get it. Definitely. Andrew said wires in the wall, easy 400. So yeah. So to the person who was talking earlier, that's something that another skill that you want to acquire. You know, you got the chip stacked against you because of your background. Then you got to learn trades. You got to teach yourself how to be mechanically inclined on some stuff so that you can upcharge. You want to be able to upcharge as much as possible. Greg Abbott. He said he knows exactly what he's doing. Yeah, he knows what he's doing. And to be honest with you, I can't really say I blame him. You know what I'm saying? Just gotta work Mr. Live. It's all good. You can always hit the replay button. Is IKEA through Thumbtack? No. IKEA's through NAL. NAL. This company right here. Let's see. Come on, bro. What are you going tweaking on? CRST acquired NAL. NAL used to be, well, they merged with Installs, and then CRST acquired them. So this is where you would go. You would go to nalgroup.com. This is a final mile contract, so it's going to require 2 people. All right. So this who has IKEA. All right. nalgroup.com. I have to ask this, and it has nothing to do with the subject at hand. How is the new mayor of Chicago after the previous disaster of Emmanuel City? So far, he's doing worse. I might run for mayor. I'm thinking about it. I told my OG, I was like, man, I think about maybe running for mayor maybe in 8 years. She said, oh, Lord, please don't. She said, oh, Lord, please don't. I said, man, because some things got to be. Here's the thing. I think he doesn't have enough. I don't think he doesn't have enough experience in politics. He's not corrupt enough. He's come from a church background, so he gets up and does speeches like he's in the pulpit. The city doesn't want the migrants here, but yet and still he keeps inviting more. Listen, they tried to house him in the uppity, rich white communities in Lincoln Park. Clearly, they don't want him. Why? Because it'll be an eyesore for the community in Lincoln Park. He tried to put him in the black community. We see how that went. All you think you gotta do is go on YouTube and look up the town hall meetings when the black people said, hell no, they can't come over here, right? So then they say, all right, they're from South America. We'll just put them in the Hispanic community. We'll put them over in the Mexican communities. The Mexican people said, nope. They did a protest, said, we don't want them either. They said, we're not against them, but we're not with them either. I swear to God. That's what the head of the Mexican demonstrating group that did the protest and blocked the entryway where they wanted to put them in a week ago. They blocked the doorway and said, no, they can't come over here. And they speak the language. So when the Hispanics said, we don't want them either, and that man said on the news, he said, we not against them, but we ain't with them either. We don't want them over here. So, but you steady want to invite more in the whole city. As a mayor, you work for the citizens. You work for the citizens. So if the city is telling you, yo, cut this shit out. Don't invite no more. We don't want to be a sanctuary city. We got our own problems. We got homeless people, homeless Chicagoans. We need to fix our own problems. It's not our job to fix a problem that the president of the country is causing, and he's not kicking in any federal funds to help solve or accommodate these people. This is coming from city budget. So that's bad for us. That means my taxes are going up. Because this stuff, the money gotta, see, when people think and they feel bad and they say stuff like, oh, well, they just want a better opportunity, it's easy to say that if it's not at your doorstep. When it comes to your doorstep, then it becomes a problem. See, I understand that. I understand that the money has to come from somewhere, and it's going to come from the citizens. So when the city is telling you, no, stop it, and you're defiant, and when there's a city meeting, town hall meeting, I will show y'all, but they ain't got shit to do a box truck. And you got a guy that comes to constituents day and he gets 2 minutes to talk to the mayor, and the mayor is having a whole nother side conversation, not paying attention to him. No, man, he got to go. He has to go. I just think that, we're in a different time period where people want progressive leaders. And I think Chicago is a city that a progressive leader just doesn't fit the city. This is a city that was built on corruption, and it needs a certain level of corruption in order to sustain. And how crazy as that sounds, it's the truth. This city needs to be run from a corrupt politician. Why? Because that's why it's called the Chicago machine. It keeps things going, right? When you have someone that comes in progressive and they don't understand the way the city works, and they don't understand the power of relationships, right? Then this is the problem that you have. So no, he sucks. No one likes him. Black people don't like him. Hispanics don't like, and he's black. White people don't like him. So it is what it is, man. We got run one fool and we got another fool. He tricked us. Said, you still mad about King Von? I'm from Atlanta. That shit hurt the whole city. Yeah, man. Bankroll was my guy, man. Regarding vans, can you use a passenger van as a cargo van to haul freight, or is it required by the law? If you're talking about passenger vans where you can take the seats out and then they got the glass doors on the side, I've seen people do it. I've seen people back in the day pulling into Dynamics, which is now T-Force. You know what I'm saying? If they allow it, then go for it. This by far is the best live that I've ever tuned into. Mark hits you from all angles of the independent entrepreneur side of logistics. I'll be looking for more of your lives, King Mark. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate you for tuning in, man. I appreciate that. Day Party says the mayor of Chicago is terrible. Definitely terrible. I really appreciate you covering all aspects of logistics and business, and I regret refusing your content. There you go. A lot of people tell me that. A lot of people say, man, Mark, when I first saw your channel, I didn't like you. I don't know why people, when they first come across the channel, they don't like me. But a lot of people tell me that. Maybe it's because other people talk bad. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, a lot of people tell me that. So don't feel bad, man. You know what I think it is? I can't speak for people that may come across the channel now that may make an opinion about me. I think last year, and I'm just being completely honest, I think last year there was a power vacuum that was going on. And when I say a power vacuum, you had a lot of content creators that came into the space during the pandemic to talk about box trucking because they saw it was a money grab. The sentiment for box trucking was high because of influence, people pushing people into the space because they saying it was a lot of money, and also because of the volume. The volume is what equated to the rise in rates. But then you had a lot of influencers that saw the potential to make money from, being an influencer, right? And a lot of these people didn't have the experience to be selling courses and things of that nature. So a lot of people were taken advantage of. So when you are searching for information and look at the consumer information, and you're in a space where you got one person saying one thing, one person saying another thing, another person saying this, another person saying that, and people are slowly starting to find out around that time that the people that they're consuming information, not all of them, not necessarily are who they say they are, but you know what, maybe they don't have the experience level to be really providing content in the space, and people have a sour taste in their mouth. And I think I may have last year may have, gotten the brunt of some of that. But, as you put out content, you put out information over a period of time, it's just like the box trucking thing, as far as what I talked about yesterday, as far as how the market is resetting, going through a market reset right now, right? So the market is correcting itself, and what it's doing is cutting out the capacity, and the capacity can equate to it's cutting out all the fat meat. It's cutting off all the fat meat and it's trying to get to the lean meat. It's just like a steak. It's cutting off all the fat meat. You want to get to that meat, that lean meat in the middle. Same thing with the content creation about. Look how much fat meat got cut off within the past year and a half. Since I came in April of 2022. So when you got you keep putting out content and you keep hitting people from different angles, and you do live streams where you can answer questions, like I can't, for me to answer people's questions and get strategies live off the cusp, obviously it's coming from experience. A lot of people aren't able to do that because they lack the experience and they don't want to. I think I kind of exposed some stuff a month or so ago of, and I'm trying not to go down that path because it's but when you're answering questions and you don't have the experience, you can say something that can be misleading because you don't know really the answer and you're just saying something. And then if that information gets dug up and, this is what you said. So, I think I just got caught up in, a lot of that, and people really didn't know who was who and what was what and who to trust and who really had experience and who didn't, and so on and so forth. So it's all good, man. You're not the first person to say that. Just glad you gave the kid a chance, and we here now. A lot of Democrats going to be voting Republican this upcoming election. I definitely agree with you. He's no Richard Daley. Richard Daley was the last good mayor we had. I'm up for debate on that. I am up for debate. Anybody wants to debate me on that, I can prove why Richard Daley, even though he was corrupt, he was a better mayor than Rahm Emanuel, Lori Lightfoot, and the new fool we got, Brother Brandon Johns. Brother Brandon. Mark, do you know who Wayfair contracts to assemble furniture? I had a guy from Wayfair assemble my TV stand. That may be an option for people. When I was running Wayfair, this is when I was cross-docking, so I was running it through Nonstop Delivery. Now, with Nonstop Delivery, you can only get that contract if you have a warehouse because they were middle-mailing it to me. So Wayfair was the biggest contract that I had with them. And we provided all levels of service for Wayfair, from curbside all the way up to full white glove delivery. Now, as far as white assembly, just the assembly contract, I don't know. A few different 3PLs do delivery for Wayfair, and NAL is actually one of them as well, as you can see right here. They do Wayfair as well. IKEA is their bigger final mile contract, but they also do Wayfair. Now, as far as just the assembly, I don't know. You say he's no Rahm Emanuel. I didn't care for Rahm Emanuel. Reg, what's good? What's good? Hit that like button. The city of Chicago ain't the same since Richard Daley. It's definitely not the same since Daley. Just like Joe Biden tricked black people that voted for him. See, we can have this debate. And I agree with you, but I don't want to. Ibrahim might be lurking somewhere, because when we get to talking about this, then we shift, and I could talk about it. I'm versed on it. It shifts from box truck and cargo van to politics, and we can go there. I don't mind having this conversation. I ain't got shit to do. I'm retired, so we can have this conversation. But I don't want to, offend anyone, and I think people want more box truck cargo van information than politics, man. Because they soften don't like how you giving it up. Somebody was telling me that earlier. I had one of my subscribers who talks to me on the daily was just saying, like, man, you disrupting the market. So, unfortunately, YouTube, even though I don't look at it this way, it's competitive. Some people look at it as a competitive thing and they want the market share. Listen, I think with YouTube, everybody can't be Mike. Everybody can't be LeBron. But I think if you put out valuable content, you stick with your niche. If you do Amazon, stick with Amazon. If you do Final Mile or OTR, stick with OTR. If you're well versed on a multitude of things in the space, you could talk about that. If you have experience, obviously more experience is going to show versus a person that's less experienced. I think it's an opportunity for everyone to be successful and carve out their own community. But I think, people look at it and they want more market share, and ultimately, I don't know, man. I just come on here. I try my best to help people. I try to give out as much free information as possible. I try to make the experience as entertaining as well as educational, and that's something obviously I worked on. If you look at the content from last year, Was Born. So I try to make it entertaining as well as educational, and I try to make sure that the viewing experience is really, really well. That's why I invest in the good cameras, 4K cameras. I invest into multiple screens, powerful computer, Elgato streaming software so that I can do on demand, point and click. When I do my whiteboard, instead of like how you seen the $50,000 guy who does the really, really small whiteboard in the back, I just bought the digital white blackboard so that way I could pop it up on the screen digitally. I invest money in so that the experience I give you guys is digestible. You know, I want it to be clean, I want it to be clear, and I want it to be digestible. So I think it's an opportunity for everybody to carve out their own community. I think the community actually would be better if everyone worked together. Like I don't, like this whole competitive thing in the space to me it's crazy. I don't know, but I just come to my channel. I rock with the people that rock with me. If you don't rock with me, fine. That's fine too. And that's it. I try to give people the best information so that they could be successful, and it's all based off my experience. I don't try to talk about things. I had a guy argue me down saying that I should know about hot shots, and I'm telling him, why should I know about hot shots? I never done hot shots. Well, I'm asking you questions. You should know about it. Like some of the stuff that people want to argue about is crazy. So I just do me and I present my content based off my experience, man. I can't worry about nothing. I ain't gonna let nobody run me off nowhere. And that's just the end of that. I start fighting because you keep it 100. Appreciate it. Because you come off as an asshole. You ever notice that the influencers all have glitz, happy faces when they speak? Remind me of everyone how much they are loved, and you don't do that, and people are turned off. You know, I've been called an asshole all my life. Rob said I was an asshole. One of my former employees said I was an asshole. Y'all watched it and said I can agree with that. I think when Rob it's when people explain it to me, I kind of understand it, but when people explain it to me, it puts it into perspective to me. It's kind of hard to step outside of your body and view yourself. But when he explained it to me, and when he got in the position that what I was in when he was working for me, he understands and he understood why I am the way that I am. I don't think necessarily I'm just 100% asshole. I just think I'm shrewd. I think, business can make you that way. But I was called that growing up as a kid, too. So I agree with you. Here's the thing. I am who I am. I'm here to just give people information. And you're right. I don't, the glitz and the glamour, I don't try to dress it up to make people hopeful. I think it just is what it is. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, I 100% agree with you. It's unfortunate. I wish I didn't come off as an asshole. It is something that I have worked on in the past, but unfortunately, the way that I am is I've just been this way all my life. So it is what it is. You get what you get. But the one thing I can tell you is I'm gonna be straightforward with you, because I have no reason not to be. I'm not. You're not. I think another reason why a lot of people aren't forthcoming, even if they don't have the experience base, is because if they give off a certain amount of information, it may be threatened. It may threaten what they may have going on. For instance, if someone has some certain type of gem in their space and they put it out in a video, and let's say it does become viral, now you got a bunch of people trying to implement that strategy, and if it's something that is not supposed to be done, per se, but let's say the company turns a blind eye to it, and then you got an influx of people trying to do it. Now it's done killed what that person had going on, and now because of that, they're operating on a level playing field like everybody else. So I can get somebody explain that to be too by me being out of the space, and I'm just giving information that may be damaging to what people have going on because I'm giving out information. And what's crazy is don't nobody really do final mile. I'm giving people other ways to make money with their equipment when things aren't going well for them in the space that they might have came in the way they may have came in the space doing. For instance, if they came in doing OTR, a lot of people came in last year, the year before last, doing OTR. And a lot of people quickly realized that, I don't have the capital to run. A lot of people say, man, Mark, I wish you was on YouTube in 2021. I don't. Because if I came on YouTube in 2021, I wouldn't be like a lot of shit that I go back and forth with now, it would have been worse then because it was more people there and it was a lot more misinformation. As we can see now, like we can look back on that time, you can go look at the content and see it. But imagine me starting a channel in 2021 in the midst of this shit, and I'm telling you, no, that's not true. Or I'm not saying that's not true. I'm just telling you stuff from my point of view, from my experience. And it's totally opposite from what the masses are talking about. It would have been hard for me to stomach. It would have been hard for me to see people just get swallowed up by so much misinformation. And I went through it last year. But I had to go through that, telling people what it was, what it is, and what's about to come, and still had the naysayers. But as things started to slowly fall into fruition, because people will watch from the background, they may not say nothing. They may like see Simmons and be like, I didn't like him because it may seem more pessimistic, but I'm telling you things so that you know how to transition. But damn, everything he's saying is actually making sense. Let me apply this. Oh, damn, this shit works. Oh man, he did say this was going to happen. So, the longer you are a business person, you become a better business person. You know what I'm saying? So for me, when I see people who are smarter than me in something that I'm looking to acquire information from, I learn from the people. I don't hate on them. I try to acquire information from them. I try to acquire information from them. If they have more knowledge than me in a particular subject or a particular space, I try to acquire information from them. The way people get smarter is by consuming information. However you consume that information, whether it's reading a book, having a conversation with someone who's more knowledgeable you in a specific subject, an audio book, looking at a documentary on YouTube or Netflix or whatever. So when I see individuals that are more knowledgeable in me in a specific category, area that I'm looking to consume information from, I don't hate on them. I study them. So I don't know. It is what it is. But I know one thing though. I know one thing though. They can vote him out in 6 months. I think it's past 6 months to vote him out. Yeah, he ain't going nowhere. Said opioid selling hope is like selling dope. Yeah, opioid is dangerous out here in these streets, man. Mayo right foot looked like she smoked rocks, man. She, from when she started to how she ended, she definitely aged. Hey, Axel, my mama ain't gonna let you come in her house, man. I told you, if you come to Chicago and you want a plate, that's about as far as you're gonna get, a plate. I'm gonna tell you where to pull up. I'm gonna tell you this for one more time. You come to Chicago, you can't come, and it's not, I just can't bring no random, I just can't do it, Axel. Go pull up, I would say park over there, pull up, cut your lights off. Hey, folk, on that car. He good? Yeah, he with us. He with me. All right. So that means you straight. You got a 30-minute comfortability where you can sit and wait comfortably and you don't have to worry about nobody bothering you. I'm going to get the plate. I'm going to have OG make the plate for you. Some dressing. Now, this is black people food, Axel. So it's, it's going to have some flavor to it. It's going to have some flavor to it. It's going to have some, my mama old school. So her dressing ain't from the box. She makes hers from scratch. She makes it from scratch. It's going to be good. It's from scratch. She makes her dressing from scratch. The turkey is going to, magnifique. It's going to have flavor. And that's something that you might not be accustomed to. All right. String beans. All right. Some greens or some grains. Okay. Some rolls, some cranberry sauce, sweet potato pie from scratch. Listen, it's from scratch now. It's from scratch. It's going to hit different. You ain't. Hey, listen, that hot water corn. Listen, the dressing is made from scratch with the hot water cornbread, man. It's made from scratch with the hot water cornbread, man. It's not from the box, not that Jiffy shit. You can't come in now. You can't come in. I'm going to let you devour that while you sit. Hey, folk, give him 30 more minutes. All right, folk, he good, folk. Tell mama I said hello. I got you, folk. Eat it while you in there because you're going to want another plate. Then I have my Dukes make you another plate to go. You hop back on the toll road. Continue on your journey back to Ohio. Okay? That's what I can do for you. So I know you on your way back home. You may not make it before Thanksgiving, but if you, because my OG stay right off the toll road. She stay right off the toll road. So you hop off. I'll tell you, and then we'll take care of you. Oh man. Do I think the gig apps will eventually come to an end like the food delivery apps are dying? I don't think the food delivery apps are dying. I just ordered food the other day. Or the gig apps freight here to stay. The gig apps for freight are here to stay, and not only are they here to stay, you're going to see the volume continue to go up because not only are the stores fulfilling, when I call the store satellite fulfillment, but really it's in-store fulfillment. Satellite fulfillment is something that companies are looking at, which is going to be smaller warehouses that are going to be strategically placed in certain zip codes to cover a certain radius so that gig people can go there and pick up the items instead of going into the store. Because going into the store may be a little bit of a hassle, especially if they got to go to the service desk and they're trying to provide service for people who are doing returns and things of that nature. People who are doing things inside the store, and then you got service, people who are coming in to pick up things for gigs. So e-commerce is expected to go up in the next 5 or 6 years, another 4%. So as more stores realize that, this deciding factor of where a consumer is going to make that purchase from is how quick they can do the delivery turnaround. Yeah, it's going to make more retailers partner with apps. I think it's here. I'm gonna talk to you from this aspect too. Another reason why, and this is just a forecast I'm doing. I'm looking at, and this is what I say is, you become a business person, you look at things that when you're less experienced, you may not look at. Look at everything that's going on with the smash and grabs all over the country. It's just not in San Francisco and Seattle, Portland, Chicago, Philadelphia. Chicago, Philadelphia, Atlanta are probably the worst when it comes to the smash and grabs. I mean, it's so bad here, they just stealing cars and driving the whole car through the building. No cap. But a lot of stores are so fed up because they keep getting hit. They're just going to start divesting from the flagship stores and the brick and mortar stores to just dealing with e-commerce. Michigan Avenue here is like Fifth Avenue in New York or Rodeo Drive in LA. And there's so many empty retail. Listen, Grand Lux is leaving. Grand Lux just said we're leaving downtown Chicago. They aren't giving a reason why. I know what the reason why is. They can't find enough people to bring their ass to work. So guess what's going to happen in a situation when you're looking at retailers? They're going to rely more on e-commerce, and that's going to provide opportunities for gig guys because they're just going to build satellite fulfillment centers. We don't necessarily need to come into the store if we can get the turnaround within the same day. It may get to the point where, man, we can order an outfit, and if it don't fit, we can get it delivered the same day. And if we need to do a return, they might do a round trip, send a guy to pick the damn outfit up, bring it back, and swap it out for the correct size and bring it back. It's sky's the limit with this. But as more stores start to close and leave because of smash and grab, and also consumer buying behavior shifting, it's going to take the person who would be more apt to go into the store to purchase, forcing them to go to online now, and the online website is going to rely on a third-party app to handle the delivery, because that person who may be more apt to go into the store doesn't have that option available to them anymore. And I'm speaking on more of a retail, maybe clothing side. As far as your big box store, your Costco, your Sam's Club, your Walmart, things like that, yeah, they're going to continue to deal with the apps. They're just going to try to make the turnaround time even faster. It's going to go from the same day to the same hour to 15, 30 minutes. Yeah, I don't think it's here. It's here. Haters need to step the game up, and that's all. They should be taking notes from you for sure. Appreciate that, King Lotta. Many people don't know how to respond to an articulate, knowledgeable, and well-versed brother who is offering the game for free. I appreciate you, Ned. Get a Promethean board. They are dope. Okay. Let me see. King Lotta. $50. I'm looking to purchase a truck in 30 days. Give me some tips, Mark. Get something that you can afford. Make sure you're something that you can afford that's really, really good. Take a mechanic with you. If you're not mechanically inclined when it comes to looking at a truck, knowing what to look for, take a mechanic with you. Hire a mechanic. Hire one of those services that'll go out and diagnose it for you. Invest into the diagnostic of that truck before you purchase it. Get the best truck you can get for the lowest price. The margins are very small. This is something I've been saying since I came to YouTube, and people, I think, are finally starting to listen. The margins are small. So you need to make sure that your initial cost is as low as possible. It's something I'm going to always reiterate. You know what I'm saying? So something that's good, take a mechanic, hire someone, a diagnostic company, go out there and give you their professional opinion. Something that's affordable. And you should be cool. I wouldn't go over 40 grand though. That's just me personally. Everybody is different. If you're doing OTR versus local, that may be more of a deciding factor on more reliability. You know what I'm saying? Or taking a chance with something maybe less. Because you're going out on the road. So that also plays into your decision. That should also play into your decision as well. My carrier company had me deliver 2 TVs a day early Black Friday. Got it 3 ways. Okay. Mark, can you put in a word for me with Julia T-Force for me? I quite because they forced me to leave by shorting my stops. Wait. Can you put in a word for me with Julia T-Force for me? I quit because they forced me to leave. Wait, what do you mean you quit because they forced you to leave? Did you quit or did they force you to leave? You can't quit and get forced. If you quit, you quit. I don't understand, man. Did you quit or did they force you? And if you quit, why do you want me to talk to Julia to put a word in for you if you quit? Hit the link, man. I don't know. Hit the link. And what do you mean they shorted your stops? I mean, if they shorted your stops, what's the cause of that? Was there just not enough freight? Are you not high on the seniority list where it's going to go to seniority? I talk about this all the time. I talk about how I was mobbing through those companies. I say it all the time. If you have someone that has seniority and they have leverage, they can dictate. They're more of a threat to you. This sounds like one of those situations that's being proven on the channel. If Mark is in there and I'm a master contractor and they kissing my ass because I'm pulling them out because I got a fleet of trucks in here and I'm telling them what I need to make, or else, man, RXO telling me they want the boy. You know, they trying to draft the kid and they offering an egregious amount of money. Well, guess what? They have to appease me because I'm more valuable to you to them than you are. So if they got to take 2 of your stops and 2 of his stops, this is the name of the game. I talk about it all the time. Do I not? This sounds like what's going on with you. So you got to increase your leverage. I talk about it all the time. This is what goes on in there. I talk about it all the time. How I used to do people like that. It's just what it is. It's dog eat dog. They're shortening your stops, and they're taking your stops and they're giving them to someone else that has more leverage or more seniority or more tenure than you. That's what it sounds like. But if that's the case, you don't quit. You see what's going on and you tee up. You got to turn up because you watch the channel. I tell you, this is what goes on. I tell you, I've done this to people. So you can't get emotional and throw in the towel because someone that got more seniority than you is taking food off your table. We talk about this all the time. How you going to get back at them? How you going to get back at them? What's the song? Get it back. Don't get it back in blood, but you got to get it back. So if they take it 2, 3, 4 stops, you got to get that back. So what you going to do? Either how you going to tee up? What you finna do? What are you not doing where if they got a cesspool of people where they can, let me get 2, 3 from him, 2, 3 from him, 2, 3 from him to build out this person, make this person's route a little bit bigger. What are you not doing that when they look at the pool of people that, we ain't gonna mess with them. They, we don't want to, let's get from him. So you got to look at yourself you got to look at yourself too. I'm just keeping them 1,000 with you. But hit the link, man. Let me know because I'm kind of confused. You saying you quit. You saying they forced you to leave. So maybe if you wore your money and played to a character, there wouldn't be any issue. Nah, I ain't finna do all that. Keep being you, please. No problem. Have you ever come across anyone who has used 16-foot box truck as an OTR expedite? There was a guy on YouTube last year called Small Box Trucking, and this dude said he was making $7,000 to $9,000 in a 16-footer. I never got into it. A lot of people used to ask for my opinion on it. I knew what was going on, but when I first came in, I didn't come in to get into other people's business, so I would just ignore those questions in the comment section. But it was a guy that was doing it. To me, that's the only guy that I seen do it. Now, was he doing it legally? Of course not. Of course not. You making $7,000 to $9,000 in a 16-foot box truck? You making semi-truck money in a 16-footer. You done jumped over the 26-footer and you jumped straight to semi-truck money in a 16-footer. Yeah, okay. All right. So now, why do people use vans as OTR vehicles over smaller box trucks? You got to ask because it's more expedited. It's cheaper to run the van for something that can fit in a van versus a 16-foot box truck. If it can fit in a van, then it's going to be cheaper to run the van, and the brokers know it, and they're going to take advantage of that. They're going to take advantage of that because it's a smaller vehicle. So they're going to put a smaller price point on it. You are just a true professional. Many people can't handle professional talk. Appreciate that. How much can you make in OTR in 60 days? Now, that's not a question that I could just give you a flat answer. It all depends. It all depends on the individual. Now the average a box truck person that's running OTR, can make that's really, really running. And when I say running, I'm talking about running. I'm not talking about trying to get home every Friday. I'm talking about a person that's out and about, that's in the field, in the world for 2 months at a time, 30 days at a time. You can grow, you can average around $5,000 a week gross. It's a possibility. It's been done. It's being done. I know people that are doing it. Now, and that's a realistic number. But if you want to talk on the grand scheme of things, the most people that are running are averaging around 3,000, 3,500. It takes a special type of person in this market to still get that 5,000. So if you take the 5,000 number, average 20,000 a month, right? Gross, that's about 60 grand. It's not realistic to a person who's just coming into the space. It's not realistic to a person who is not willing to really, really grind. What's a more realistic number to the masses that's running OTR right now is about $30,000 gross in 2 months, which is about $14,000, $15,000 gross a month. Average person really just making about $3,000, $3,500 a week. And that's what I'm seeing. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm seeing. You said OG cooking right now? Nah, she ain't start. She gonna start tomorrow. She started the day before. You know, she might be. Nah, she gonna start tomorrow. You said bad food's better than MacArthur's? Definitely better than MacArthur's. It's definitely better than MacArthur's. I've only ate at MacArthur's once. You know, but yeah, you know, you got that old southern old school grandmama cooking. You know, you got a lot of people now, they not making their dressing from scratch. You ask person, they don't even know what hot water cornbread is. See, now these women now, they getting the Jiffy box and nah, man. God bless the mamas out here and the grandmamas out here that's making dressing from scratch using the hot water cornbread. It's not too many of them left. If you got somebody in your family, an auntie, a mama, a grandmama that makes their dressing from scratch, protect her at all costs. She is now a national treasure because these women out here can't cook worth a shit. That's a fact. Stovetop, whatever it is. I never had it. Stovetop, Jiffy, whatever. Let me see. I'm finna get out of here. Right now, e-commerce, damn, not Grand Lux. Yeah, damn, Grand Lux out of here. I'm an assistant manager at Amazon. I have been there over 3 years. I run the dock and can't wait until I complete CDL school to concentrate on being an owner operator of my own box truck. Okay. It's a local Home Depot contract through Ford Final Mile. Ford Final Mile has Home Depot in your market. Are there OTR carriers that stand out to you as doing things and are interested? OTR carriers that I've come across just from being on YouTube? Nah, because most of the people that come to me are coming from a novice point of view. They're not experienced, you know, yet. I think Kirk, as far as on YouTube, I think what Kirk got going on, what he was doing with the box truck with the partials, I think that's unique and interesting. How he was able to master that in a box truck and scale up to a semi truck. But most of the people that I come across from just being on YouTube are more novice, so they're coming to me for help. I miss my grandma dressing cooking. All right, y'all. So I appreciate it, man. I gave y'all, what did I give y'all? 4 hours, which is 3 hours and 25 minutes too many. But it is what it is, man. So it is now 5 o'clock my time. I'm finna get out of here. Cherish your OG Mark. I know you do, man. I love my mama, man. Something happened to my mama. I don't know, bro. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Something I don't want to think about, but she's getting older, so you got to start putting things into play. And unfortunately, preparing. I'm a realist. I tell you all the time, so that's why I do cherish her, cherish your mom, cherish the people around you, because it can't be here forever, man. So that's why I gotta make sure Thanksgiving, I don't just go over there and eat. I go over there and chill. I listen to Stevie Wonder, Dusty's, and all the stuff she playing. After I eat, I take my little nap. I wake up. We talk politics and some other stuff. I, do my little walk around, see where I gotta have someone come out and maybe do something, and then I go home. So yeah, man, make sure you take care and cherish your mamas, man, your grandmas, your aunties, all of that, man. Yeah. All right, man. Appreciate y'all. I don't think I'm gonna do a live, because I said I want to do one today, but I just wanted to cover this because the people say I really didn't talk about cargo vans last night. So happy Thanksgiving. Looking forward to the next live, and happy Thanksgiving to everybody. So happy Thanksgiving to everyone. Make sure y'all be safe this holiday weekend. Don't eat too much. Don't sit there and just, eat until your stomach is just uncomfortable. Go to the gym, work out, do some sit-ups. Also, take advantage, if you are in a cargo van, take advantage of Black Friday. I may go live Black Friday throughout the day just to look at some different markets and do maybe a 2-3 hour stream with some different markets throughout the day and see where the opportunities are at. Maybe if I find the opportunities in certain markets, people make some money. So I may do that Friday if I'm not out, spending some money myself. So other than that, man, happy Thanksgiving, y'all. I appreciate y'all. See y'all next time. I'm out. Peace.